Okay, well, good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to our City Council meeting. Today is Monday, April 19th, 2021. It's approximately 1 p.m. Before we have our Pledge of Allegiance, I'm going to ask you to please rise for a brief moment of silence as we reflect back on the brave men and women of the United States Armed Forces as they protect our interests around the globe, as well as the courageous men and women of the Las Cruces Police Department and the Las Cruces Fire Department as they keep our city safe 24/7, 365. Councilor Bencomo, if you join me in the Pledge of Allegiance, please. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, now we're going to have our Pet of the Week introduction, and I believe Vanessa Chastain will be making those introductions. So Vanessa.
All right. Hey guys, this is Vanessa. I'm just going to go over the Pet of the Week for the Animal Service Center, Mesilla Valley. We will go ahead and start off with Cola. She is a 2-year-old female that is fixed. Here's a little description about her. Hey guys, I'm Cola and my personality is just as sweet as my name. When I get excited, I get the full body wiggles and shake my little tail nub. I love affection and playing around with my dog friends too. And then next, we will move on to our Cat of the Week, Chip. He is a, whoops, sorry about that. The grammar for neutered is spelt wrong, but he's a neutered male, 1-year-old. A little about him. My name is Chip, and I am 15 pounds of pure fun. I love getting my head pets and start purring immediately. One of my favorite things to do is bury myself under blankets and snuggle. So if your idea of fun night is hanging out in bed watching TV, I'm your cat. And then a little fun fact, a cat meow is a form of communication with humans only, not other cats, apart from kittens to their mothers. And then we are still accepting volunteer applications. You can apply at ascmv.org. And due to COVID, we are accepting applications and keeping them on file until further notice. And we want to say a big shout out and thank you to our volunteers. We really do appreciate them. And thank you guys.
Okay, well, thank you, Vanessa. Great job.
Thank you.
Okay, so next is going to be our Jobs of the Week, and I believe Darlene Lopez will be stating those jobs.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. All right. So what we have for this week is a gas services technician, and that's for the city of Las Cruces, and that will be open until filled. We have a construction laborer apprentice with Tierra del Sol Corporation, and that closes on 4/28/21. After school monitor with ITS Quest, 4 positions, and this closes on 5/2/21. Manufacturing assembler with Balance Staffing, 50 positions, and this closes on 0/29. I think that means open until filled. And then we have a delivery driver for the warehouse with Hercules Industries, and that closes on May 1st. And I also wanted to mention that we do have an event, Operation Hiring Heroes, which is for veterans, families of veterans, and of course, active duty, transitioning active duty. And this event is actually a statewide initiative, but each region and then therefore each city within each region has worked really hard to make sure that there's representation for everybody. So there's going to be employers and also resources for these individuals. They're representing the Las Cruces area as well. And that's going to be happening on April 21st. And then there's going to be a second one on April 28th. And you can find more information about that on our employanm.com. And then more information about any other types of jobs and opportunities within the city at governmentjobs.com/careers/Las Cruces. And then, of course, if you need to reach out to us for any reason at all, you can reach us here locally at 575-524-6250. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Darlene. And now we're going to go to our COVID-19 update, and Assistant City Manager Eric Enriquez will be presenting.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Eric Enriquez, Assistant City Manager. I want to start out with the COVID-19 update. Doña Ana County is still in the yellow currently, and the state of New Mexico vaccine event that was held Saturday at the Pan American Center, there was 2,200 dosages that were administered. That was pretty much primarily put on by Walgreens. There was some fire department there as well, and other members of the city to help out. May 3rd, I believe, would be the second round that they'll have for this event, as the Pfizer was used. The J&J Johnson & Johnson vaccine is still on hold, and we should hear something later this week on what's going to take place with that, and then see how we can, we were promised we were going to get 6,000 dosages for this weekend. Since that didn't take place, after they find out what's going to happen with the Johnson & Johnson, we'll get a better idea of having another mega event to make up that 3,800 or what's going to take place. Tomorrow is our round 2 for our city employees to get vaccinated, and we'll have that at the convention center from 9 to 2. The Department of Health dashboard, there's been 83,285 single doses that have been administered. That comes to 45.6%. Registration for vaccine in Doña Ana County is 57.4%. Another good news with the registration of vaccines is the portal for the DOH will now allow individuals that are 40 years and older to schedule their own event. So they can go in there, there'll be calendar site dates, and they can schedule theirs instead of waiting for the DOH to call them or notify them with a code number for their event. So this is another way of the processing opening up and allowing those, because of their date of birth, anyone 40 years and older, and that should start today. The next thing with the City of Las Cruces registration campaign that's going on, there's been over 1,200 visits and 359 registered. Telemundo did some coverage on Friday. Our economic director, Dr. Martinez, was interviewed and did a tremendous job speaking Spanish to let everyone know what we're doing with the vaccine registration and helping individuals to get registered as well. The City of Las Cruces, starting today from 1 p.m. to 4, will have individuals registering people at the public library, Brannigan Library, and at the transit station on Amador. Those will be fixed sites and consistent, that we will get the message out that if anyone needs to get registered or needs any assistance, those 2 locations will be there, consistent and continuous. Las Cruces Fire Department has been doing homebound vaccinations for individuals that can't leave their home since March 1. They've done 200 vaccines. I think they have listed currently 345 that they total to vaccinate, so they've already done 200 of those. Asylum refugees update. President Biden has still gone with the previous administration as far as the number of refugees allowed. They will be looking at that in May. So right now it is a minimal amount, still controlled. The Annunciation in El Paso is at a minimum, and they are doing very well. So later to come on that to see what takes place at the federal level with the immigration policies and things of that nature. So with that, Mayor, I'll stand for any questions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Eric. Doesn't look like there's any questions. No. Okay, great. Well, thanks for that update. And now we have a couple of presentations that we'd like to make. Let's see, the first one is to Mr. Kanan Bauer. So Kanan, are you there?
Yes, sir, I'm here.
Okay, Kanan. So first, I owe you an apology. I know that there was an incident that took place in April, I believe, of last year, and I know that was right in the middle of everything that was kind of going on. But basically, I dropped the ball, and I always wanted to congratulate you. And then the Sun News had a story on you about a month ago, and I said, "Gosh, I gotta make contact with him and tell him how much we appreciate what you did." And I'll let you talk, but basically, I guess you were at Chucky's over there in Doña Ana, or maybe you were across the street or something, and you saw someone take a car that had one or two children in there, and I don't know. Why don't you tell us what you did? It's just incredible. It was just amazing what you did. Please.
Yeah, so it was about a year ago. And it was just started out as a normal day for me. I was in Doña Ana, and there's two gas stations over there. There's a Chucky's, and across the street is a Circle K. I was at the Circle K getting gas, and I went inside to do something. And when I came back out, I was walking to my truck, and I heard someone scream across the street, a lady. And so I was looking over, and it was a girl with a baby in her arms, and she was like running towards inside of the store. And I don't really remember what happened exactly, but I just know I got in my truck and drove across the street. And by the time I got there, they were all inside the store already. And I opened the door up, and there was a guy holding the door closed, and he had like a bloody nose and stuff, and like his shirt was covered in blood and stuff. And I opened the door, and there was like some blood on the floor, and like things were like moved over the place and stuff. And there was a guy trying to kick down the door, an employee door, and that's where the lady and her 3 kids were hiding behind. And well, when I walked up to the door, they were all saying, "Help, help, he's gonna get the kids, he's gonna hurt the kids." And so whenever I ran inside and he was kicking down the door, I ran up behind him and I grabbed him from behind, and I pulled him out to the open area of the store and just put him on his back and then waited for police.
Wow, pretty amazing. So I understand you're a wrestler at Mayfield?
Yes, sir. 3 years.
So I'm gonna put you on the spot here. So what's your record? Are you undefeated or?
Last year I went undefeated in the district. So that's Las Cruces, Deming, Gadsden. I forget exactly where. I think that's it. And my record, I don't remember exactly what it was, but I think it was, I'm not too sure, maybe like 17-4.
Wow. And so you're a senior now?
I'm a senior now.
Yeah, Mayfield has a rich tradition in wrestling. I remember Coach Van Wolf and Coach Nevadis. I mean, they've turned out some state champions. So are you going to continue that? Or have you gotten any scholarships offers from some, I think some of those schools like Iowa, or those are big wrestling schools, aren't they?
Yeah, those are definitely some big schools, and we've reached out to a few, and we've also had some other people reach out, like Dana White. He's reached out to some schools for me, and we've been in contact with a few. We definitely got like about two solid options for wrestling, but we're still deciding where exactly to go.
Well, that's great. Well, again, I have an award here. It's called the Mayor's Distinguished Service Award, and it's the highest award that we can present. And so I just want to let you know how much we appreciate you, how much we're very proud of you. You're a fine young man, and to do what you did is just very heroic, and that's just incredible. So again, we thank you for doing this and jumping into action and probably preventing something more serious from happening. So
yes, sir. Thank you so much. I'm really just glad that it happened the way that it did and that everything worked out.
So what kind of takedown did you use? I was a terrible wrestler. I got cut from the basketball team and I wanted the letter. And so I joined wrestling and, I made it, but I was lousy.
Yeah,
But,
wrestling's something else, that's for sure. It takes a different type of person. I didn't really do necessarily like a move that I was taught. I just kind of let my instincts take over and all my training take over, and that's what happened.
well, that's great. Well, we're really proud of you, Kanan, and thank you again for coming. Yeah, let's round of applause for you.
Thank you, Kenan. So proud. You
Thank
are
you.
our hero.
Thank you, Kanan.
sure.
It brought tears to
Yeah.
my eyes when I read the article.
Yes.
Looks like Councilor
Congratulations. We're very proud.
Bencomo has her hand up. So, Councilor.
Thanks, Mayor. Kanan, I gave you a shout out last year on social media, but you probably, don't follow me, which is okay. I gave you a shout out, and I can't even believe that. I mean, that like fight or flight instinct in that moment, and I'm just so proud that you're in our city. I wanted to ask you about the National Hero Commission, and I heard that's a really big deal, and that they reached out to you. Can you tell us about that?
I'm not 100% sure exactly what's going on with all that stuff. My parents are more in charge of all that stuff and been talking to them. So I would go and talk to them about all that stuff.
Cool. Well, congratulations, and thank you for doing that.
Thank you.
And we'll get this sent over to you, or if you're in the vicinity, you can pick it up. But we'll get it to you one way or the other.
Sounds good. Thank you very much.
Thank you again, Kanan. Okay, and so next we have I have a mayor citation for a community service to firefighter Jesse Johnson. So firefighter Johnson, are you on the? Yes, sir, I am. Okay, so you oh yeah, you're there with the big wheel there, the chief. Yeah, so that's another incredible story. Man, 1B, I start running, and you went in to tackle 15,000 bees?
Something like that, yeah.
So anyways, I'm just in awe of that. And I know you got national attention on Good Morning America, which was really cool. I mean, you and Kanan really make Las Cruces proud for what you all do, both on and off your professions. And this is a small token of our appreciation, the mayor's citation for community service. And so tell us what, I have a few questions to ask of you too, but tell us what.
You got.
Yeah, you just, so I guess you got a call from your fellow firefighters, and they said, hey, Jesse, there's some bees here. You think you come get them? Is that was basically?
Yeah, they knew I kept bees, and I worked it out, was able to go get the swarm, and the guy was in a borrowed car. Albertsons was kind of shut down. The engine was tied up there, so I figured it would help the bees out. I get bees out of it, get the engine off the call, and get this guy home. And so I just went and picked him up, and then some photos got sent to Dan Trujillo, and he did a little Facebook post, and from there it snowballed out of control. It was a pretty cool experience. It was fun. So yeah, I guess Associated Press took the initial news briefing, and then I just started getting calls from there for interviews, and it was fun.
Now, if I was wearing an all steel suit, that there was just no way they could get to me, I could probably do that. But I noticed that it looked like you were just wearing like a jacket, and it looked like maybe your pants and just like that. Like it was nothing. Like you just put on a jacket, like, yeah, I'll go get these bees.
They're really docile when they're swarming. So they're kind of in transition, so they're not really protecting anything. So I didn't get swung or stung, excuse me. I wore my normal veil and just some slacks I had on and some tennis shoes. So it was they can be very aggressive, but in this situation, if you manage them correctly, it's not a big deal. It's a lot better than spraying them with something.
Yeah, they don't fly up your pant leg or nothing. Wow, that's incredible. I mean,
well, they will, but you just do a little shake and call it good.
Yeah, no, that's amazing. Again, we can't thank you enough for that, because I remember one time I had a little tiny nest there at the house on the tree, and I had to call, Orkin, and they charge, just a little bit. I mean, that's probably, I don't know, 50, but 15,000. That's
Yeah, it was big. It was probably about 4 pounds. So,
So those are-
all next time.
So those are honeybees. They actually produce honey.
They are honeybees. Yep. So I put them in a hive and then relocated them, and now they're in a hive. So they'll be established there and they'll produce honey within the next few months.
Good, good. Looks like Councilor Flores has a question or comment she'd like to make. Councilor?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor, and thank you so much, firefighter Jack Johnson. I was intrigued by that article, and I think the Sun News, I mean the national news, of course, carried your story, but I think our newspaper carried 2 articles, and I think the second one was. You were asked how it was, well, the question they never asked was how did those, because one of the articles mentioned that the owner of the car actually just went into Albertsons, presumably for maybe half an hour, 45 minutes, whatever, maybe less than that.
I think it was.
And then the car had the swarm of honeybees, and he didn't notice until he started to take off. So my question is, how did they get there so quickly? You did say that they were swarms, so they stayed together, so they're bound to travel faster and get to a destination.
Exactly.
So why that car? And how could he not have seen them? And how long do you think it took for them for the entire swarm to get into the car? And were they in the back seat?
Yeah, back seat. It was the back seat. They probably were there in about 5 minutes. It took them to bundle like that. So what happens is the bees leave. The way they naturally split their species is half the hive. They'll take the queen and half the hive will leave. So that's how they propagate their species. So they flew and they'll follow her, and she'll land on some object, whether it's the mayor's tree or this guy's car, which was very rare because it was hot and very unusual. And then she'll send out scout bees and they'll go find something else, a hollow tree or somewhere more suitable to reestablish a new hive. So that's what they were doing. She just happened to pick that hot car for whatever reason. And they go there, they swarm around her, they just stick around her just to provide protection until they get the go ahead to go find this new place with the rest of the bees.
Okay, and then the swarm that they broke away from, do they have their own queen now, or?
Yes, so they broke away from a hive, so that's how they naturally split. So what they'll do is they'll take some eggs and they'll feed her a certain mixture, they call it royal jelly, and they'll create a brand new queen, and they'll just keep their species going like that.
I just want to thank you very, very much, because I love honeybees and I love honey, so thank you.
Yeah.
It's a heartwarming story.
Thank you.
So did the chief give you a raise or anything?
No.
Buy you dinner or something?
I think I got 56 bucks for off-duty overtime, so I'm good, and I got some bees, so I'm set. I'm happy.
All right,
I
good.
appreciate it.
Well, thank you again for what you do, for helping keep our city safe as well. And then in this case, helping, I'm sure that was just an incredible situation. But for you, it seems like it's just another day dealing with the bees. So that's pretty cool.
I think the week following was much crazier.
Yeah, okay.
It was good. Thank you.
Well, thanks again, and thank you for joining us today.
Yes, sir.
Okay, bye-bye now. Okay, so now I'm going to turn it over to Councilor Bencomo, who has a few proclamations herself to read. Thanks again, Chief.
Thank you so much, both of you. My apologies for missing the Pledge of Allegiance. Thanks for covering that, Mayor. Yes, I have 4 proclamations here today. The first one I'll be reading is a proclamation for Earth Day submitted by our colleagues, Councilor Sorg and Councilor Flores. And it reads, whereas Earth Day was founded by Senator Gaylord Nelson on April 22nd, 1970, by directing staffer Dennis Hayes to organize it with about 20 million people demonstrating, and whereas the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change 1994, whose goal is preventing dangerous human life interference with the climate change by stabilizing greenhouse gas concentrations, and whereas plastic releases 2 powerful greenhouse gases, methane and ethylene, with only 10% of plastic being recycled. There will be 12,000 million metric tons released by 2050. And whereas all people on this earth from all walks of life have an inalienable right to healthy environment, and plastic pollution has been associated with several health issues affecting the general population. And whereas the plastic waste that is destroying, the phytoplankton in the ocean threatens the human food chain, affecting our children and youth who are most valuable resource. And whereas ending plastic pollution is crucial to the survival of planet Earth and its inhabitants. And whereas it is essential to involve the community in the design and implementation of solutions for pressing environmental issues such as plastic pollution. And whereas the city of Las Cruces and our residents, organizations, and businesses have shown dedicated leadership on environmental issues by addressing issues such as energy production and use, greenhouse gas emissions reduction, transportation, water conservation, farmland conservation, urban forest and habitat protection, waste prevention, environmental equity. And whereas Earth Day is an annual reminder of the constant need for environmental activism, stewardship, commitments, and sustainability efforts. And whereas we acknowledge that to meet the goals of Earth Day, to raise awareness, trigger positive action to protect our environment, and help guide local decision-making by City Council will provide leadership, employ the expertise and talent of our community, and engage the hearts and minds of our citizens. Now, therefore, we, the Mayor and City Council of Las Cruces, New Mexico, do hereby proclaim April 22nd, 2021 as Earth Day. Throughout Las Cruces, and we encourage all its inhabitants, businesses, and institutions to use Earth Day to celebrate the earth and promote the well-being of the inhabitants of the city and the protection of their environment. Okay. I want to make sure you don't want to say anything before I move on to the next one, because we have 3 more.
I'll just simply say thank you. Thank you for reading that, Joanna.
No, thank you for that, councilors, for bringing that forward. I mean, you're absolutely right. I mean, that's the food chain, and when it starts, if we don't take care of it, then it affects everything else. And so that's really important that we do what we need to do to protect that. So thank you.
Did I say that right? Phytoplankton?
It's pronounced, yes, phytoplankton. It's one word. Yeah.
That's right.
That's
Phytoplankton. Very good.
Yeah, that's
Very
where
well.
that's where the food chain and our life pretty much starts, and it's really being depleted.
Well, thank you both very much for submitting that.
And
Okay.
thank you.
It's the little tiny animals in the ocean that
Tiny
animals eat.
Great. The next proclamation is the Lineman Appreciation Day, submitted by Javier Camacho of El Paso Electric, and we are presenting it to Javier Camacho. And it reads, whereas April 18th, 2021 is National Line Worker Appreciation Day, which honors the nation's more than 76,000 line workers who often must respond in dangerous situations in order to serve the power needs of their communities. And whereas each day line workers are on the job focusing on the safety of our communities and of each other, and making sure we have consistent and reliable power throughout our region. Whereas they are often the first responders to inclement weather in emergency situations and working to maintain the electric grid working efficiently. And whereas in partnership with El Paso Electric and the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers Local 960, we recognize the challenging work that line workers do throughout the night and day to keep our communities safely connected to the energy we need. And whereas on this National Line Worker Appreciation Day, we recognize the El Paso Electric Line Crews, IBEW Local 960, and all of our line workers. Now, therefore, we, the Mayor and City Council of the City of Las Cruces, New Mexico, do hereby proclaim April 18th, 2021 as Line Worker Appreciation Day, and urge the citizens of Las Cruces, New Mexico to join us in recognizing the critical role these workers play in the community.
Okay. Looks like Clay Doyle is on the meeting.
Yes, yes. Can you hear me, Mr. Mayor?
Yes. Sure.
Mayor, city councilors, I'm honored to be here to represent and accept this on behalf of our line workers. I think we got Javier on the line as well. I want to say that we thank you for this. We serve about 480,000 customers in the South Central New Mexico and El Paso area. We've got about 450 IBEW line workers, ranging from generation through transmission, distribution, relay substation, all the way to meter technology and metering. And we're very proud, highly skilled people. We are critical infrastructure, as you know, just like the city has water, sewer, and gas. We are critical infrastructure, and these individuals had to work through the COVID restrictions and be available all the time. We had to be creative in keeping people separate, but these gentlemen and ladies as well, they work hard. They're very proud of what they do. 24/7 response. And right now, what may not be known to everybody is we're all about the summer heat. The summer heat is when we stress our system. We are in summer prep mode. Every February, we have a maintenance blitz that we run through and harden all of our lines in anticipation of the heat of the summer. These individuals, men and women alike, very skilled, very proud of their work and what they give to us. About little more than a third of the employee base of El Paso Electric Company is line workers and very skilled people, and I'm honored to represent them. Thank you.
Thanks, Clay. You know, what was there going to be anyone else that wanted to speak from your organization, from El Paso Electric?
I'm not sure if Javier is on and wants to speak. I don't see him, but.
Hey, well, I just want to tell you, thank you for what you do, and we're really proud of El Paso Electric. I know that in the past, when there's been some situations like hurricanes and such, you know, we're fortunate we don't have those here, but I know that El Paso Electric sends line workers out to hook those up. I think one year you even drove your vehicles out there, which is incredible. That really makes the borderland proud, Las Cruces proud. I'm sure El Paso's proud. But you're right. It is extremely dangerous. I can still recall. First off, my next door neighbor when I was a kid growing up worked for El Paso Electric, Mr. Ewing. It was always fun to see him and that Ford pickup of his, and that's why I guess I kind of like Fords. But also, when I was younger, before that, actually, there was a situation at Conley Elementary when we were our teacher gathered us around and let us know that one of our classmates, his dad used to work, was a lineman, and he got electrocuted and he died. So, I mean, that still remembers. So it's a very dangerous job, but they are highly, highly skilled. And I know they go out there and they risk their life all the time. And so I just want to let you know that we appreciate them and thank them for all they do. And what would we do without electricity? Oh my goodness. You go back those years when people didn't have electricity and they did everything by candle. Jeez, there's just no way, you know. So anyways, thank you for this. And I'm glad we're able to at least show a little bit of our appreciation.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. One more thing I want to say is that, first of all, yeah, we respond around the country when we call it mutual assistance when we help other people. We went as far away as the New York area with the Hurricane Sandy years back. We had to transport the trucks. Just one quick note, we want to say thank you and a shout out to the city fire and police that support us and help with barricades and traffic control and things that when we need them, they're always there, and we're proud to serve you. Thank you.
Sounds good. Thanks, Clay. Good seeing you.
Good to see you again.
Thank you. Good to see you again, Mr. Doyle. I was very proud to read that. Thank you for submitting it. Okay, next up. This proclamation is titled Las Cruces Restaurant Appreciation Week, submitted by Russell Hernandez and presenting to Russell Hernandez. And it reads, whereas the restaurant industry in New Mexico was the second largest employer pre-pandemic, providing over 75,000 individuals with job and the opportunity to learn valuable career skills. And whereas the restaurants in Las Cruces area play a central part of the economic engine in Las Cruces, employing 5,497 individuals in 2019 and are valued by our citizens and tourists alike. And whereas the restaurant workers in Doña Ana County have been deeply affected by the pandemic of COVID-19, accounting for about 16% of the total number of unemployment insurance claims since the beginning of the pandemic. And whereas the restaurants in the city of Las Cruces have been severely negatively impacted at an estimated $38 million when compared to 2019 due to the ongoing COVID-19 pandemic. And despite losses in revenue, continued to contribute charitable causes, youth sports leagues, fighting hunger through food box giveaways, and support our veterans and law enforcement. And whereas the city of Las Cruces, which wishes to honor those restaurants that have been part of our community for several years and encourage our newer restaurants and welcome them as an important part of our community. Now, therefore, we, the mayor and city council of Las Cruces, New Mexico, do hereby proclaim April 19th to the 25th, 2021 as Las Cruces Restaurant Appreciation Week, and encourage residents to patronize our restaurant in the Las Cruces area and thank them for all the ways they give back to our community.
Thank you, Councilor. Looks like I see Russell here. Russell, would you like to say a couple words?
Mayor, councilors, I just want to take this time to say thank you for everything that you do. Thank you for your support. Thank you for the proclamation. Just as Councilor Bencomo just read, we have been, it's 2020 was a hard year, but 2021 is looking up and bright. And so we're in it together, and we're slowly but surely seeing a little bit of uptick, if you will. And hopefully that continues, and we don't lose any businesses, and we continue to support that. We have such a beautiful, vibrant community here in Las Cruces that really supports all of our small businesses, which is absolutely amazing. And that comes from the leadership above. And so we appreciate everything that you all do to help to support us. Thank you.
Thank you, Russell. And I believe Councilor Flores has a comment she'd like to make or a question.
A comment. Thank you, Russell, and your better half, Mr. Shelko. And I've missed going to the restaurant. I go regularly and just been very careful. But I want to thank you, along with all of our small businesses, our restaurants, who have managed to survive. And yeah, I think we're going to get out of this. I think 2021 is looking better. And thank you very much, Russell, for all your leadership. And also, I think you were the organizer for that, what was it, like where people went to different restaurants on different days, it was one day and people just, what was that called? I think you were involved with that. Yeah, you were.
Yes, Councilor. So I guess that's another thing here is that, this proclamation is in conjunction with the town of Mesilla as well. So we're a bright, vibrant community down here in southern New Mexico, where our businesses support each other and our residents support others. What you're talking about in particular is something that was co-organized by myself as well as Morgan McGinley here in Mesilla. And we had a music festival, if you will, where the businesses had live entertainment at their businesses, and it kind of rotated around. So Salud's in Las Cruces, so it supports every business, if you will, inside and outside in our bright, vibrant community. And we're actually going to be doing another one here at, I believe, the beginning of May, July 4th. I'm sorry, but we're going to be doing a taco traveling deal for Cinco de Mayo. So keep an eye out for all of that.
That sounds good. I'm glad you mentioned that.
Yes.
I'm really looking forward to that. And did you have like a booklet that people can buy in advance and then use like the coupons, for lack of a better word, for different restaurants or different places to go, like maybe the Chocolate Lady or whatever. So would you have something like that? And then I would really encourage people to, get all over that part of Las Cruces and Mesilla.
Yes, Counselor. So Experience Mesilla in particular is an organization that was formed in partnership with the businesses that are both in Mesilla and Las Cruces up and down the corridor here and in the township of Mesilla. There's 21 food and beverage establishments that came together as a cooperative, if you will, to work together to support each other. So what you're talking about in particular is the glass as well as card program that we started. Where you can buy one for a minimal fee, and it's available at select locations like here at Salud. You can buy one, and you can take it into any of the related businesses, and you'll receive a discount just for taking it in. So that discount ranges in anywhere from $1 off food or beverage to a percentage off food or beverage to just different things. Whatever the business is comfortable with offering, that's what we do, and we change that out every year. So we're continuing this one up because of because of last year's kind of downturn, if you will. We're continuing this until the middle of July as of right now.
Perfect, right around my birthday. So
Thank
you, Russell, again, and give my warm regards to Chris as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Counselor.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Counselor. So Russell, is Counselor Flores a good tipper or me or so-so?
We're in it together, so I have no idea, and it's a matter of what we take care of our team members. So we're, as business owners, as restaurateurs, it's we're just grateful to have guests back in our doors, and I'll just leave it at that.
Oh, gee whiz, that makes me sound like I'm not a good tipper. I am a good tipper. My father.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, I tip anywhere, no less than 20 up to maybe 25, 30%.
Okay, that sounds pretty good.
Yeah.
You quit asking for free food, right?
Ha ha ha.
I'm just kidding. Russell, thank you very much, and congratulations, and thank you very much for doing what you do. It's got to be very difficult during this period of time, and to keep your lights on and the doors open and pay your employees and everything. It's just got to be a juggling act. And many thanks to you and your team. And thanks, we appreciate it. And to all the restaurant people out there, this is for you. Thank you for doing what you do.
Thanks, Mayor, and thank you so much, Russell, for your leadership in your industry. And Salud is one of my faves in District 4, and so thank you, and Chris, and also thank you for being leaders in your industry when it comes to sustainability and being a green business and a green restaurant. I think you all hit it out of the park, and you're absolute leaders in our community. So thank you for submitting this.
Now, I happen to know that Councilor Flores does give about a 25% tip, so that's pretty good. But you can make it a little bit higher there.
Awesome.
Okay. Got one more, Councilor.
One more. Okay. Let me take a deep breath. Okay. Proclamation name, Native Plant Week. The organization submitted this is, I assume, Mesilla Valley Audubon Society and Las Cruces chapter of Native Plant Society of New Mexico. Presented to Elaine Stackera Simon and Joan Woodward. I hope I said your name right, Elaine. The proclamation reads, whereas native plants are an important part of New Mexico's natural heritage, history, and identity, and have adapted and evolved over time to flourish in the unique geography, hydrology, and microclimates of our state. And whereas with 1,456 recorded plant species, 24 of which are considered a rare or endangered, 10 are endemic, 1 is federally listed as endangered, and 6 that are listed as endangered within the state. Las Cruces and Doña Ana County comprise one of the most plant diverse regions of New Mexico. And whereas native plants provide quality food and shelter for our native wildlife, including resident and migratory birds, butterflies, bees, and other pollinators and other species. And whereas individuals and organizations are encouraged to include southern New Mexico native plants in gardens and landscapes because they require less water and little or no fertilizer, soil amendment, or pesticide. And whereas native plants and their derivatives provide food, medicine, and other essentials, and Doña Ana County has benefited from the economic impact of native plants, ranging from their use of researchers at New Mexico State University to develop medical compounds, including cancer treatments, to their appeal to professional and amateur photographers and tourists who are drawn to our stunning desert landscapes. And whereas Doña Ana County is located on the historical homeland of indigenous people, including the Tampachoa, Mansos, Chiricahua Apache, and Pescado nations, and by cultivating plant native to southern New Mexico, we honor that heritage, sustain the beauty and benefits of our environmental resources, and preserve a link to the historical contributions of indigenous people and their role in the stewardship of the land and water. And now, therefore, we, the Mayor and City Council of Las Cruces, New Mexico, in honor of Earth Day, do hereby proclaim April 18th through the 24th as plant, oh my gosh, I lost my place here. Let me start over. Now, therefore, we, the Mayor and City Council of Las Cruces, New Mexico, in honor of Earth Day, do hereby proclaim April 18th through the 24th as Native Plant Week, and encourage all agencies and entities to ensure that their adopted policies, regulations, and operating procedures avoid and minimize negative impacts to and help ensure the health of plants native to Doña Ana County and southern New Mexico.
Right. So I see Elaine. Would you like to say a couple words?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Councilor Bencomo, for doing a great job reading that. Thank you to City Council for recognizing Native Plant Week. A huge thank you to Councilor Sorg and Councilor Abeyta-Stuve for doing such hard work and bringing this forward for us. I know I'm thanking on behalf of Mesilla Valley Audubon Society, of course, but also on behalf of the 536 species of birds, both migratory and resident, that call New Mexico either home, either on a permanent or a temporary basis. And of those 536, more than 400 of those species are found here in the city of Las Cruces and Doña Ana County. And recognizing native plants is truly foundational to keeping us with the beauty of birds. They're important to our environment. And, not to mention that they're good for the economy. Bird watchers spend money on restaurants and on hotels and on gas and everything else. And, we're a great spot for people to come watch birds. And thank you for recognizing that native plants are necessary to keep that happening. So thank you.
Well, thanks, Elaine. Looks like Councilor Abeyta-Stuve has a comment she'd like to make.
Thank you, Mayor. And thank you to Elaine and to Joan for your advocacy on this as well. And as we talk about Earth Day and sustainability, I also want to bring out, I've mentioned it before, but Elaine is also part of a group that does weekly trash cleanups all throughout our community. And so really showing all the different and unique ways that you can advocate out there and help our community out and keep it looking pretty, helping out our native plants, helping out the birds. And so I just want to thank you all both for all the many ways that you are contributing to our community. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Well, thank you, Elaine, for doing that. That's very kind of you. And we may be seeing you back again. Maybe we'll recognize you. Probably will for for doing what you're doing. I don't have a whole lot to say about Native Plant Week other than I'm a terrible, I can't grow anything. In fact, would you believe, I think the last plant I had, it was a cactus and I was killing it, and I was about ready to toss it. And Jamie Rickman, she said, I'll try to, get it back to life. And she did. So I'm really bad at plants, even cactuses. I mean, you only have to water it like once a month, right? And try to. So Councilor Sorg, you.
Yes. Yes, Mr. Mayor, thank you. Perhaps maybe John Woodward would like to say a word or two.
Sure. You're muted, Joan. Still muted.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and council members. I'm Joan Woodward, and I'm On behalf of the Las Cruces chapter of the Native Plant Society of New Mexico, I'd like to very much thank the City Council for this proclamation and to light on the importance of native plants to our community. And these plants, some of them are rare and found only within our region. They need our protection, they need our awareness, because they're really very much linked to our well-being for their diversity and their beauty, their provision of habitat and potential new medicines, their cultural significance, their fit within our Chihuahuan desert context. In honor of Native Plant Week, we invite Las Cruces to go hikes to see these plants for yourselves. We have a lot of activities that have been scheduled during this week, including the opportunity to win free books on native plants by stopping by the Mesilla Valley Bosque State Park or the Dripping Springs Visitor Center. And one thing you can do is you can ask each nursery. We have one very good nursery that does carry many native plants, but ask the others to carry more for you to plant in your garden and enjoy if you can live. And they're actually pretty easy. And if you need more information or inspiration, feel free to go to the Native Plant Society of New Mexico website, which is npsnm.com. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Joan. I believe Councilor Bencomo has another comment.
Yes, I just wanted to tell them thank you for including that land recognition and recognizing the the many contributions and of course of the tribes whose land this ultimately belongs to. So thank you for being so thoughtful.
Very good, very good. Councilor Sorg, was that it, or did you have something else?
No, I just wanted to say one last word. Together with this proclamation for Native Plant Week and for Earth Day, as well as recently we had one for migratory birds too, an International Migratory Bird Day. I'm so pleased that this council and the city of Las Cruces recognizes the importance of our native species, both plant and animal, in the area here. They're so important to everything we do. Thank you, Mayor.
Sure, thank you. And a lot of credit goes to you, Councilor, for informing us and teaching us about that, at least me. So, Councilor Flores.
Yes, I'd like to thank the recipients of this proclamation for all the work they do. And I also, I agree with, or as Councilor Sorg said, in conjunction with Earth Day, it all comes together in appreciating our environment. And apropos of that, this coming Thursday is Earth Day. So I encourage everyone this coming Thursday, to look at all the activities in the city of Las Cruces going on. There's a lot of sponsors of different activities like downtown desert yoga, and a lot of other places that offer healthy lifestyle. And yeah, so just Google that, and there's a lot of activities going on. And Apodaca Park starts at 6:30 in the evening, and there'll be half hour of yoga, and then there'll be trash pickup. So that'll be a good thing for everybody to get involved with. So, and by the way, AARP has adopted part of the road on Bataan Memorial East, and they go out once a month. I join them from time to time, second Saturday in April, so anybody can help out. Anyway, Earth Day. Thank you, Mayor.
All right, thank you, Councilor. Okay, I think that's it, Councilor Bencomo. No more proclamations? All right, well, we appreciate it very much, and now we're going to go to the conflict of interest statement. And this is where I'll ask if any member of the city council, city manager, or any member of city staff has any known conflict of interest on any item on the agenda.
None.
None. Like Flores.
Okay, see none, and now we're going to go to public participation. I just checked about an hour ago. I haven't received any emails for any public participation. So if any of you have received any, you're welcome to read. Okay, so now we have some closed meeting statements I need to read. Okay, so first one, Las Cruces City Council met in closed session at 11:01 a.m., April 5th, 2021. Following members were in attendance: Councilor Sword, Bencomo, Abeta Stubi, Gandara, and myself, Kimi Yagashima. Councilor Flores and Vasquez were not available. Staff present was Damian Martinez, outside attorney, Eric Enriquez, assistant city manager, Ifo Pili, city manager, Connie Come on, Councilor Flores. How do I do it? Tamopeo, assistant city manager, Miguel Dominguez, chief, Las Cruces Police Department, Robert Cabello, deputy city attorney. The meeting adjourned at 11:10 a.m., only 9 minutes, real fast. Statement for the record: Las Cruces City Council met in closed session and only discussed those items as stated in the posted notice, which was to discuss pending litigation, Cruz versus Landrum, EPAL 2-19-CV-0026, GJF-SMV, which is closed pursuant to NMSA 1978, Section 10-15-1H, number 7. Okay, and next one, Las Cruces City Council met in closed session at 11:02 a.m., April 12th, 2021. The following members were in attendance: Councilors Flores, Sword, Bencomo, Vasquez, Abeta Stubi, Gandara, and myself, Kimi Yagashima. Staff present was Ifo Pili, city manager, Eric Enriquez, assistant city manager, Connie Tamopeo, assistant city manager, Jennifer Vega Brown, city attorney, David Cedillo, director of public works, Tony Trevino, deputy director of public works, Griselda Martinez, director economic development, Bill Ham, land office, Catherine Duarte, land office. Let's see, all of those individuals left at 12:25 p.m. EFO came in at 12:45 p.m. and for the record, and the meeting adjourned at 12:55 p.m. So EFO was basically in for 10 minutes. Las Cruces City Council met in closed session only discussed those limited items as stated in the posted notice. One was to discuss the purchase, acquisition, and disposal of real property, which is closed pursuant to NMSA 1978, Section 10-15-1H, number 8, and to discuss the regularly scheduled quarterly performance evaluation of the city manager, which is closed pursuant to NMSA 1978, Section 10-15-1H, number 2. Okay, so now we're going to go to accepting of the agenda. So I would need a motion and a second to accept the agenda.
So moved by Flores.
Second, Bencomo.
Okay, motion made by Councilor Flores, second by Councilor Bencomo. Christine?
This is on the motion to approve the agenda as presented. Councilor Abeta-Stuvi?
Yes.
Councilor Vasquez is absent. Councilor Bencomo?
Yes.
Councilor Sork?
Yes.
Councilor Flores?
Yes.
Councilor Gandara? Mayor?
Yes. Okay, so let's go ahead and go to first item here. That is 7.1, Resolution 21-154. A motion and a second.
So moved, Abeta-Stuvi.
Second by Councilor Sword.
Okay, motion made by Councilor Abeta-Stuvi, second by Councilor Sword. And looks like Matt Sines and David Cedillo are both making a presentation.
So good afternoon, Mayor, members of council. Can everyone see my screen?
Yes.
Thank you very much. So good afternoon, Mayor, members of council, administration. For the record, my name is Matthew Sines, Senior Budget Analyst with the Budget Office, and I'm here today to present the proposed budget adjustments for fiscal year 2021 for April. So with these adjustments, there are no new programs or policy initiatives. The adjustments are focused on compliance and alignment. The adjustments that we're bringing forward today are for various budgets, for various departments. And we do have them online to help us answer any questions that you may have. Also with me today, I have Mr. David Cedillo. He's the Public Works Director. He'll be discussing the Capital Improvement Program, and as always, we are striving to apply best practice. So just as a friendly reminder, the amounts we are requesting today are located in the column with yellow text. Also, we're letting you know what type of transaction we are processing with a letter that follows the amount. So the meanings for those letters can be found at the bottom of our screen. So E is for expense, R is for revenue, and T is for transfer. So let's go ahead and get started. So in the general fund, financial services is budgeting $87,000 for fixed assets that were sold this year. Fund 1500, the hold harmless GRT, we are transferring $51,000 to the general fund. Parks and Recreation will utilize $40,000 for the Doniana Move Trail. And Public Works will utilize $11,000 for the Brannigan Cultural Center improvements. The additional grant match is intended to jumpstart these projects. Also in the general fund, quality of life is reducing expenditures of $56,000. They're going to transfer that to Fund 4005 to Public Works, also part of the Brannigan Cultural Center improvements. Continuing on, economic development is closing out Fund 1010 by transferring the available balance of $94,000 to their new enterprise fund, Fund 5010, for their airport operations. Fund 2100, economic development, is reducing both revenues and expenditures of $600,000. This is in conjunction with Ordinance 21-036 for the repayment of the Local Economic Development Act project for natural relief. Unfortunately, due to COVID-19, they were unable to meet some of their milestones, so they have voluntarily canceled this project. Fund 2100, Parks and Recreation, is correcting the Keep Las Cruces Beautiful grant. This was previously budgeted under Fund 2410, so we're going to transfer that $42,000 for revenues and expenditures and put it in its correct place, which is Fund 2100. Fund 2171, Quality of Life, they're increasing revenues and expenditures of $105,000. This is to adjust the Older American grant to actuals. Fund 2600, Financial Services Treasury, we are making a correction to revenue. We're making a correction on the account code that it was posted to. So this should be a transfer of $782 to Debt Service Fund 3634 for the 2020 NMFA streets. Also the same situation for Fund 2650 and Debt Service Fund 3635. We're going to make that correction of $567,000 to revenues and transfer that to the Debt Service Fund for the 2020 NMFA flood. Fund 2700, Community Development, is utilizing $150,000 of cost savings from the COVID assistance. They're going to transfer that within the same fund to fire so that they can use this towards their COVID-19 vaccination pod sites. Earlier, Assistant City Manager Eric Enriquez mentioned this, the homebound vaccination program as well to ramp up efforts for them. Fund 2705, Community Development, they're going to transfer $50,000 from the Telshore Fund to Fund 2700 for additional utilities assistance. The recent allocation has been fully exhausted by the number of vouchers that have been issued on that. Fund 4100, Public Works, we are reconciling the Amador Hotel grants to actuals by reducing revenues and expenditures of $3,000. Lastly, Utilities Gas is budgeting for cost recovery from the February storm that shut down most of Texas. The high demand in natural gas sent gas prices skyrocketing to the highest level in years. So they're going to utilize some of their funds available on Fund 5205 and transfer the $1.4 million to Fund 5200. They're also budgeting $4.4 in revenues and expenditures as part of their cost recovery. So with that, I want to thank you, Mayor and Council, for your time. I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to Mr. David Cedillo to discuss the capital improvements.
Thanks, Matt.
Thank you.
Thank you, Matt. And good afternoon, Mayor and Council. My name is David Cedillo, Public Works Director for the record, and I will be going over the CIP amendments with you this afternoon. We do have, as Mr. Sines mentioned, the Amador Hotel. We are revising those budgets to actuals. We also have the downtown parking meters. This amendment, we're adding the project to the CIP. It was designated as infrastructure, so we're placing it on the CIP as such. The next project that we have is the Doniana Move Trail. Again, that is adding the additional grant match that Mr. Sines mentioned as well, along with the Brannigan Cultural Center improvements in adding the additional funding. With that, both Mr. Sines and I are available for any questions from council.
Very good. Thanks, David. Looks like we have Councilor Sorg and Councilor Sorg for now. Questions?
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, David. And anyway, David is the one I wanted to ask a question about. It's the Amador Hotel. Could you give me a little more detail on what you're doing with the Amador Hotel money there?
Yes, Mayor, Councilor Sorg, what we are doing is we are adjusting the amount of money that has already been paid out for the Amador Hotel.
Okay, but in the packet, you have $1,504,860. Is that the adjusted amount or is that the previous amount?
Councilor Sorg, Matt, can you go back to that slide, please?
Yes, sir.
You don't have a number in the slides, though. I'm going off the packet that was put out.
Oh, okay.
Let me take a look at that.
Yes, Mr. Sines will be able to give the detail on that as well.
Sure, thank you.
I'm sorry, Councilor Sorg, what are you looking at?
In the CIP, the first item was a Amador Hotel adjustment.
Yes, sir.
I understand what you did there. I just want a little more explanation because in the packet there, the yellow line for the Amador Hotel has an amount in there for this year, FY21, for $1,504,860. And I wanted to know if that was the adjusted amount or the previous amount.
So you're talking about the actual CIP, excuse me, Mayor, Councilor Sorg, you're actually talking about the CIP document?
Yeah.
Okay. David, do you want to take that?
Yes, I can go ahead and take that. Sorry, Councilor Sorg, I misunderstood your question. Yes, what you're seeing in the packet is the adjusted amount with what's coming before council today.
Okay, so was there money added to that to make that amount, or was there money subtracted from the previous amount?
That amount, I believe, was subtracted.
So there was some expenditures that were taken out of that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Do you know how much and what for?
The amount that it was adjusted is the 3,000 that's shown there on the revenue, and that was expended.
I don't see 3,000, but that's all right. I'll take your word for it. Okay, thank you very much, David. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Councilor Sorg. Yes, sir.
Thank you, Councilor Flores.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Mr. Sines and Mr. Cedillo. I have questions very similar to Councilor Sorg's regarding the budget actuals. Councilor Sorg also asked how you said, Mr. Cedillo, that 3,000 had been spent. That was the adjustment for, and I guess that's why it's actuals. But do you know what it was spent on? Do you have that information? Mr. Cedillo or Mr. Sines? I guess it would be
Councilor Flores, the adjustment was requested from the actual from the grants department, so they are reconciling their grant with the actual activity on that fund for that grant. So there was a little bit more spent in the previous fiscal year as opposed to this fiscal year, so they're reconciling that balance down.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. So for people like me,
yes, ma'am.
And I think you all know I'm no genius when it comes to I mean, I handle my finances okay, but when it comes to what you all do, accountants, and that world is very alien to me. But what I do know is that I have to be accountable to our constituents as to where money is going. So is there any way of, when you do these presentations, and maybe this is an ask for Mr. Peely or, you know, the powers that be, that it be explained during this time what those actuals and what those adjustments actually mean and how they impact the projects or the the work that's been laid out for certain projects. And for example, the Brannigan Cultural Center, it has some adjustments up here too. And there was capital improvements, and there was also, well, there was money from the legislature that came in. And it'd be good to know exactly why the adjustments are made, or, you know, how that money was spent. I think it'd be good for councilors to know. It'd be good for the city to know. We're accountable for that. And so
Mayor, Councilor Flores, thank you very much for the question. A lot of our beginning balances are based off of projections, and what that is basically an educated guess of where this department is going to stand within this project at what time. So once we get through the fiscal year and we get our audit back, then we can for sure say that we are at a certain point within this project. And so that's the main adjustments that you see within this. And I'll go ahead. I see Ms. Demouche, our Chief Budget Officer, and Amy Boucher-Johnson from Grants has their hands up.
They're my best friends when it comes to audit. Thank you, Mr. Sines. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
So Mayor, Councilor Flores, this is Leanne, and I'll let Amy jump in as well if I didn't get this correct. But as you know, every year we do ask for carryovers. This funding is legislative, and I think actually it was Public Works that requested this, because this particular account, 4,100, it is the account that we use, or the fund that we use for all of our capital grants, any kind of grant that comes in, and that includes legislative funding. And I'm more than positive that this is legislative funding. And as Mr. Sines tried to explain a few minutes ago, that sometimes what happens is that they try to project out, oh, we're going to get this far into a project, and they don't. And so what they're doing here is they projected that they were going to receive more revenue, and they were going to use that revenue as an expense. And so what they're doing is they're saying, hey, wait a minute, we used it last year, so we need to reduce our revenue, and we need to reduce our expenditures, so that way our actuals are in line with our budget. And that's really what they're doing here right now, Councilor.
Thank you, Ms. Demouche. Does that in any way then cut into what the previous projection was? I mean, the subsequent projection to a given, you know, outlay?
Right. So when we start our budget process, as you know, we're in our budget process right now for 2022. Sure. And what a lot of, especially I'll just pick on Public Works because this is in front of them right now. A lot of times, you know, David Cedillo and his group and Tony have lots of different projects. And what they try to do early on, and unfortunately budget asks them early on, because as you know, we bring our budget to you so early in the fiscal year. We'll be bringing it to you in May. They try to project out that, oh, we're going to spend this many dollars by June 30th. And sometimes they're right, dead on, and sometimes they're not. And I will tell you, they typically will try to budget a little bit high. So that way they're going to, you know, they're enthusiastic, and they're going to say, yeah, we're going to end this project, and we're going to get it all expensed. And then they don't. So either sometimes they may ask for a carryover, or sometimes they will be reducing. And in this case, they did accomplish what they thought they were going to accomplish last fiscal year. It just happens to be that we're, you know, almost at the end of this fiscal year, and they're just reconciling these accounts. So they're catching up. This is a small amount. It's $3,000. And as you know, we've been in COVID, so we've been trying to reconcile all of these accounts and everything with all the many projects that they have. So that's what we're doing. We're decreasing the revenue and we're decreasing the expense because they've already used it last year.
Okay, great. Thank you so much, Mr. Moosh. Thank you, Mr. Sines. Thank you, Mr. Cedillo, and thank you, Mr. Mayor.
And Amy, did you have anything you wanted to add?
Thank you, Mayor, Councilor Flores. Just wanted to remind everybody on the Amador Hotel particularly that most of the grants that we have for that are multi-year grants. So as Ms. Demouche explained, they do have amounts that carry over year to year as we work towards getting that completed. I think both Councilor Sines and Councilor Flores asked, what are we using it on? And right now, the Amador Hotel is in the selective demolition process. And so things are moving forward with the Amador Hotel. And as the expenses come in from our contractors, that's what they're focusing on at this time. Was there another question, Councilor Flores, on either the Brannigan, I think you mentioned?
You're muted, Councilor Flores.
Thank you, Amy, and thank you, Mayor. Yes, you know, some years ago, I think before I ran for city council, speaking with someone from museums or someone who was working there, and I was admiring what a beautiful building it is and that sort of stuff. And she said to me, it might have been Rebecca Slaughter, I don't remember, but she pointed out to me that a lot of it had to be restored, that it was really, you know, just because of its life, whatever, or the whatever it's called, that it really needed some restoration. So I was wondering, is some of that money going to the restoration of the Brannigan Cultural Center?
That's a great question. Thank you, Mayor and Councilor Flores. As I said, that's a great question. The Brannigan Cultural Center does need extensive restoration, and that's one of the things we continually try and ask the legislator for. What we are doing with this funding that you see before you today is both my department and the museums department have moved some money into the Brannigan Cultural Center restoration. We are completely renovating or removing. I guess we're removing, we're not renovating. We're completely removing the current electrical system and replacing it with current up-to-date and up-to-code electrical. So that will involve removing the ceilings. So we'll be replacing the ceilings in the Brannigan as well. It's an extensive project, which we hope will be done by the fall so that the Brannigan can open again. And that's why we needed to move this money today so that we can go forward with the contractor that has won the bid and get that electrical upgrades done. And then, of course, we do need to do a lot more restoration on that building. It's one of my passions, so I'll put in a plug for it anytime I can. We need to do a lot of restoration work on that historic building to keep it up to par for our community to continue to use. Thank you.
Great. Well, thank you so much, Amy, and I'm glad it's one of your passions. So thank you very much for your work on that. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Okay, so that should do it. There's nothing else. Christine?
This is on the motion to approve Resolution 21-154. Councilor Beta-Stuvey?
Yes.
Councilor Vasquez is absent. Councilor Bencomo?
Yes.
Councilor Sorg?
Yes.
Councilor Flores?
Yes.
Councilor Gandera?
Yes.
Mayor?
Yes. Okay, item 7.2, Resolution 21-155.
Move to approve.
Second?
Okay, motion made by Councilor Sorg, second by Councilor Beta-Stuvey. And it looks like Will Blanchard will be presenting.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Can you?
Yes.
Thank you. The resolution before you is to accept 2 state capital outlay appropriations, 4 grants, and to adjust the budget and the CIP. Quality of Life is receiving $12,952 for the fiscal year 21 Grants in Aid second distribution. This is the second distribution of funds from the New Mexico State Library for Brannigan Memorial Library to use towards providing basic library services. These funds include $2,107 of Federal CARES Act funding, and there is no match for this grant. Las Cruces International Airport is receiving $450,000 in state legislative capital outlay funding from the legislative session in 2020 for the airport runway 12/30 extension. These funds will be used to plan, design, and construct an extension to runway 12/30 at the Las Cruces International Airport. This grant will adjust the CIP. Roadrunner Transit is receiving $2,128,497 from the federal fiscal year 2020 FTA 5307 funding. These funds will be used for the construction of the Transit Maintenance and Operations Center. There is a match requirement of $532,125 also budgeted for a total amount of $2,660,622. This grant will adjust the CIP. Public Works is receiving $943,809 of state legislative capital outlay funding from the 2019 legislative session. This funding will be used to plan, design, and construct a behavioral health facility for La Clínica de Familia on Miranda Street. There is no match requirement, and 1% of the award was held by the state for the state art in public places. This grant will adjust the CIP. Quality of Life is receiving $18,500 for GSK Science in Summer 2021. This funding will allow the Museum of Nature and Science to continue the program provided by GSK Science in the Summer, presenting a science curriculum to over 800 youth in the community. There is no match for this grant. The High Intensity Drug Trafficking Area is receiving $1,011,574 for their federal fiscal year 2021 HIDA funding. The city functions as a fiscal agent for HIDA, and this is their annual funding used for operations and expenses related to multiple regional law enforcement activities. And with that, here are your council options. I will stand for questions and have Aaron Sherritt from grants, as well as representatives from each of the departments available to answer questions.
All right, thanks, Will. Councilor Flores, did you have a question or?
I have a comment.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair, Mr. Mayor. And thank you, William, for your presentation. I just want to add to the appropriations that were signed by the governor regarding the $450 as capital outlay for the terminal. And I just want to say that Andy Hume gave this information presented this information at the airport advisory board meeting last Thursday. And he wanted to thank Senator Bill Souls, and I think that we really owe him a lot for a lot of reasons, but for this particular reason, the airport has received since 2019, 2020, and this year, $2.25 million. And the airport report in our council comments, but relative to or pertinent to the capital outlay money, Bill Souls Senator Souls worked very hard on this. So I want to just, recognize him and thank you, Senator Souls, for making this possible. And thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Councilor. Okay, if there's nothing further, Christine?
This is on the motion to approve Resolution 21-155. Councilor Bettis-Duvey?
Yes.
Councilor Vasquez is absent. Councilor Bencomo?
Yes.
Councilor Sorg?
Yes.
Councilor Flores?
Yes.
Councilor Gandara?
Yes.
Mayor?
Yes. Okay, we're at item 7.3, resolution 21-156. Need a motion second.
Move to approve.
Second by Flores.
Motion made by Councilor Sorg, second by Councilor Flores, and looks like Chief Jason Smith and Cody Haver will be discussing. Councilor Flores, you have your hand up?
No, sir. I'm sorry.
Well, good afternoon, Mayor, members of council. I'm Jason Smith, Fire Chief of the Las Cruces Fire Department. Presenting today will be our Fire Marshal, Cody Haver, and he's going to be presenting the resolution on the public safety impact fee.
Okay. Good afternoon, Mayor and members of the council, members of city staff and the public. This afternoon, I will be presenting on a resolution approving an extension for the public safety development impact fees. And let me share my screen with you.
And Cody, I know we mentioned your name, but you want to just state your name again?
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, Cody Haver, and I am the Fire Marshal for Las Cruces Fire Department in the city of Las Cruces. Okay. Can everybody see my screen okay?
Yes.
Okay. So again, this afternoon presenting a resolution approving a one-year extension for the public safety development impact fees through June 30 of 2022, which is next year, and then to amend the fiscal year budget 21 by $100,000. So a little background, the public safety impact fee is an impact fee that is collected through community development. It is a fee that is assessed on new construction for residential and commercial, and it is used for new capital projects for public safety, including police and fire. Public safety impact fee ordinance was first approved on August 1st of 2011. The impact fees by state statute and ordinance must be reviewed and updated every 5 years. The last update and the current ordinance that we're under right now was approved on May 16th of 2016. The next slide that you'll see is just a little bit of a rundown of the current public safety impact fee matrix, again, under the current ordinance. You can see it's broken down by different residential type dwellings, townhomes, apartments, by square foot, and then also non-residential, including hotels, commercial, office, institutional, industrial, warehouse type occupancies. These fees are calculated by the fire protection engineer that works for the fire department and with community development during their review of the submitted construction plans for new construction. And then once those fees are determined based on the plan review, the fees are then assessed by community development. The current fees, again, are based on the currently adopted public safety impact fee ordinance. The next slide, you'll see just a comparison, a quick comparison on the different impact fees that are currently adopted by the city. You can see there based on different types of residential or commercial construction. And then you can see along the top from left to right, park fees, public safety, wastewater, and wastewater development fees. And Several of these vary. There's a range based on ordinance of what can be assessed depending on the occupancy type, the type of, or the square footage of that occupancy. And so if you look at the public safety range, that would show where we currently are for public safety impact fees based on the type of occupancy. The next slide, you'll see most of the major expenditures that have come from the Public Safety Impact Fee Fund. You can go through the list and see there are various different types of fees that have been used to pay for things like the past consultant for the development of the impact fees back in 2016. Several fire engines have been part of the expenditures for this, as well as the engineering, architecture, and initial construction of the East Mesa Public Safety Complex. And then also some of the payments for the public safety complex as well. So what we bring for you today is a notification and a reminder that the current schedule will expire on June 30th of this year without any action. In February of 2020, so that was February 20th of last year, 2020, the fire marshal of that time, Ted Sweetser, presented to the Capital Improvement Advisory Committee and recommended approval for a one-year extension at that time. The Capital Improvement Advisory Committee, their role is to provide a recommendation that either updates be pursued or that an extension of some type be recommended to council. And that was approved by them on that meeting in 2020. So our hope is that after the approval of the resolution today, in early May, we will go out for a request for proposal for a consultant. And in July, if we can come to an agreement on a vendor for that, from July through about March of next year, the consultant will be procured and then provide the consultation and the review to update the land use assumptions if necessary, and also to update the public safety impact fees, and then provide a recommendation to council in April of 2022 of what those should be. The consultant would also provide several public meetings and public hearings as part of their services. So the council options are that you could approve the resolution today to allow, basically what you would be approving today is that no updates need to be made before the June 30th deadline, and that we could then pursue a consultant over the next several months to then go ahead and provide those updates. And we would come back to council in April to May of next year for approval of any updates that might be needed at that time. Or you could vote to vote no for the resolution today, or you could amend or also table the discussion for a further meeting. And with that, Chief Smith and I will stand for any questions that you might have.
Okay, thank you very much, Fire Marshal Haver. Looks like we have a couple of questions. Councilor Sorg, Councilor Bencomo.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Oh, Councilor Bencomo want to go first?
She did mention that, but.
No, go ahead. Go ahead, Councilor Sorg.
Okay, thank you. First of all, let me start out by saying I got a couple of things here to mention. I apologize if they both are repeating information that you provided. One is that the safety impact fees, the purpose of them is my understanding, and correct me if I'm wrong, that money is used to build or buy expanded use of expanded facilities for our fire and police service. I'll just say service, and but not to replace or rebuild any of the facilities we have now. And a good example of that is the fire station down on Valley Drive. What number was that, 4 or 5?
3, I think.
3, okay. So that's why the impact fees can't be used for that. It's to use for new fire stations, new police stations, new fire engines, etc. So for expanded service for a growing city, which of course comes from the building of new buildings in the city here. So my question is, and I apologize for the second part, if this has been done before and I just forgot, in the East Mesa where the majority of the expansion of the city is going on now in the last few years and looks to be continuing for the foreseeable future, is there a plan for adding more facilities on the East Mesa where we have growth? The plan I'm looking for. Did we do that? And if so, can you share any information on that?
Mayor, Councilor Sorg, Jason Smith, Fire Chief. So for facilities for the East Mesa, other than the East Mesa Public Safety Complex, the fire department has been planning, and it's been a part of our capital improvement plan for several years now, of looking for funding for Fire Station 9. Most recently, there has been talk with a developer in the area before COVID about allocating a piece of land or a parcel to the city that could be used for future expansion.
Okay, but you haven't identified that piece of land yet?
Councilor Sorg, not to my knowledge, no, that hasn't been finalized.
Okay, very good. So there is planning in the works at some stage anyway. So yeah, okay, good. That's all I wanted to mention, Mr. Mayor. Thank you very much, everyone.
Thank you, Councilor. So before I get to Councilor Bencomo, so Chief Smith, that brings up an interesting question, kind of along the lines of what Councilor Sorg was. And so I thought that of course, you have the station over there on Porter, which is on the south side of Baton Memorial. So on the north side, I'm wondering if it would be worth to, at the very edge of the city limits, work with, if we were to build a station there, but also work with the county, and we could lease them a little portion, say for a substation for their sheriff's department, to help offset the cost. But because I know that I don't believe they have anything up in that area, or if they do, it's not, it's something that probably could be updated. And then of course, if our police department wants to do anything as well, but I know that with the complex there, and then once we get Mesa Grande Road eventually connecting to Loman, then we'll be able to access that a little bit easier. How would you feel if we were to look at and reach out to the county if they wanted to lease a portion there that to help offset the cost? Is that something you'd consider?
Mayor, Jason Smith, Fire Chief, not in the location that you're identifying there. With Porter Road and Fire Station 5, the area that covers, our response times to that edge of the city are adequate. They're good. Where our deficiency lies is North Sonoma Ranch. So the same side of Highway 70, but much further north on Sonoma Ranch. That's where we have basically a pocket where response times are beyond what we're shooting for with our strategic business plan. But in building a station, it would be nice to see Station 9 with extra space for community meetings, or even partnering again with LCPD on a substation. For many years, we shared Fire Station 6 with LCPD. So they had an office in the back of the station that they used. So we've done that before, and I would be open for that as a concept, but just in a location that would maximize our service delivery.
Where's Station 6 at?
North Rise and Roadrunner, sir.
Oh, okay. That's 6. All right. Okay, all right. Councilor Bencomo. Thank you, Chief.
Mayor, and thank you, Fire Marshal Haber and Chief Smith. And I don't know if I've seen you, Chief Smith, but congratulations on your new appointment. We're very lucky to have you. Yeah, Mr. Haber, so just a couple clarifying questions. So the 2016 round, was there a consultant involved leading up to that process as well?
Mayor and Councilor Bencomo, yes, that is correct. There was a consultant named Councilor Weiss that was involved in that. And then in 2011, I believe another consultant under the name Duncan and Associates was involved at that time, which would have been about 2010 before it was adopted.
So then no matter what, every 5 years we have to hire a consultant? I guess my question in terms of just like better planning, is there any consultant, or are you not able to, because of some regulation, to have a plan for impact fees that's longer than 5 years, right? Like 10, 15, 20-year plan.
Mayor and Councilor Bencomo, I'll answer the first part of that, and then Chief Smith may want to add to it. But the case is that the ordinance requires the fees and the land use assumption to either be updated or approved by council with no updates, a minimum of every 5 years. And I believe that in the ordinance, which is tied to state statute in some areas, I do believe that professional consultation of some type is required each time there are updates that are recommended to it.
Okay.
Yeah, Councilor Bencomo, Mayor, Fire Chief Smith, Fire Marshal Haber's spot on with this. Our local ordinance and state requires every 5 years that we make this determination. It does allow the council to say no changes are needed, and that's what we're coming with you today is no changes needed for the next year. Allow us to bring in a consultant, look at the recent updates to park and utilities, and then come up with a plan working with community development and police to update our public safety impact fee.
Okay, great. Thank you for that clarification. And then again, since you just mentioned parks and utilities, are these consultants, do they sort of specialize in different impact fee types, right? Or is there ever a way to get either everyone on the same schedule? I'm just, in terms of planning and wondering if different consultants have, right? Like you can't hire a consultant for the fire department that's also going to consult for parks or whatever. Do they all have different expertise?
Mayor, Councilor Bencomo, Jason Smith, Fire Chief. Right now, if you look at, I believe if I've got this correct, the park impact fee was done by the same company that did the last public safety impact fee study. So there are, I think, several firms that specialize in this type of assessment and projected growth of a community and capital improvement needs. But there could be some benefit to aligning these impact fees. It just means a lot more meetings and a lot more chance of things being confused. Is this parks? Is this public safety? I know they want to give all the funds to public safety, but we want to give some of the parks and utilities as well.
Yeah, yes, we do. Absolutely. Thanks, Chief. That just helps me in my understanding of how this works. Those are all my questions. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you.
So, yes, thank you for those. So, Councilor, for pretty much everyone except Councilor Sorg, several years ago, the city, kind of like utilities, there's a lot of things that they do what's called cost of service. And so I think years ago, the city wanted to try to look at helping to defray some of the costs that come when we build new facilities and add new vehicles. And so what I'm trying to get at is these impact fees were really, the consultants that provided the numbers, they were even a lot higher. But this was kind of brought down to kind of more so tailor that of our economy here, what developers and contractors and overall the community could afford. So I just want you to know why it doesn't pay for it 100%. This is something there that council can change or leave it alone. So I just thought I'd just share that with you all. Okay, so no further questions, doesn't look like. Christine?
This is on the motion to approve Resolution 21-156. Councilor Beta-Stubbe?
Yes.
Councilor Vasquez is absent. Councilor Bencomo?
Yes.
Councilor Sorg?
Yes.
Councilor Flores?
Yes.
Councilor Gandara?
Yes.
Mayor?
Yes. Okay, item 7.4, Resolution 21-157.
Move to approve?
There a second?
Second.
Second by motion made by Councilor Sorg, second by Councilor Beta-Stubbe. And looks like Deputy Director of Public Works, Tony Trevino, will be discussing.
Good afternoon, Mayor. My name is Cheney Alex Liu with Purchasing Section. I'm gonna share the screen for a presentation.
Oh, sorry, Alex, I don't have you on there.
No problem, sir.
I thought Tony's voice changed real quick, but looked up.
Can everyone see my screen?
Yes.
Alrighty. Again, this is Cheney Alex Liu with Purchasing Section. I'm going to present to the council today the construction of Animal Service Center, Mesilla Valley, ASCMV, new adoption center, and then as well as Rinconada and Burn Lake dog parks. It is a gold bond project for the city of Las Cruces. This is a construction services come with 5 bid lots. The first bid lot is for the Animal Service Center. Second bid lot is for the utility relocation. Third bid lot is for the solar panels. Fourth bid lot is for Rinconada Dog Park, and the fifth bid lot was Burn Lake Dog Park. It is a 2018 gold bond project, and March 18, 2019, the City Council approved the funding and placement for this project on the capital improvement plan for the city for fiscal year 18-19. This is a request for proposal 20-21-056. The IFP was issued November 6, 2020, and due back to the city December 17, 2020. So it was on the market for over a month. 115 respondents solicited, 4 proposals received. The Selection Advisory Committee reviewed the proposals and recommend GEMS Corporation of Las Cruces, New Mexico, to be awarded for contract, and they will also use local subcontractors too. The total amount is not to exceed $9,173,003. The estimated completion date is 480 calendar days after the notice to proceed is issued. Thank you for the time, and here are your council options. We'll stand for questions.
Thanks, Alex. Let me just say I'm glad to see Jane's Corporation there. For those, again, who are not aware of it, I'm sure Councilor Sorg knows this. They built our city hall, and I think they did a great job. In fact, when we had a problem with our roof, they came back and fixed it, and did a good job. So I'm glad to see Jane's is in the running there. So Councilor Sorg and Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And thank you for the presentation. Have we ever seen a plan for this animal shelter or a plan for the dog parks? Not so much. I remember seeing one down by Burn Lake, but I don't recall seeing a second one. There's supposed to be 2. Is that right?
Thank you for the questions. Thank you. I'll defer it to Tony.
Mayor, Councilor Sorg, this is Tony Trevino with Public Works for the record. Yes, both parks were included in our presentations to City Council on the quarterly updates. And they were also with the public meeting that we had for the Animal Services Center and our parks projects. So yes, sir, they were.
A plan for the Animal Service Center, you say?
Correct. This project has included the dog park since the very beginning in order to kind of get these two projects moving forward in a streamline, because they're both on the same lot, and as well as getting both dog parks together since they are of similar construction and having them all put together since the very beginning. And they've been
refresh my memory, was that the second dog park going to be up on Rinconada And
No,
next-
sir, the second dog park is at Burn Lake.
Excuse me?
The second dog park is at Burns Lake
Okay, where's the first one?
at Rinconada,
Okay,
right behind the Animal Service Center.
okay. I don't recall seeing the plans for the Animal Service Center. Will you say we did approve that then, huh?
Yes, sir.
Send me a schematic or some very simple plan of what the animal shelter is going to look like and what floor plan it has inside?
Yes, sir. We can definitely get that sent out. We're going to make some revisions due to some value engineering that staff had to do due to the cost of materials the past few months. So there's been some
Okay.
adjustments. Once you get those revisions done, we will send that to you.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Tony.
You bet.
Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councilor. Tony, you may want to, if you don't mind, and you go through EFO, but probably send it to all the council just so we can have it on our. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Alex. Thank you, Tony. Alex, my question is, how many applicants did we have that responded to the RFP?
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem, for the question. Yes, we have 4. The name is Jenkins General Contractors LLC of Mesilla, New Mexico, HB Construction Inc. of Las Cruces, New Mexico, James Corporation at Las Cruces, New Mexico, and NC Surgeon LP of Midland, Texas.
Thank you, Alex. And my question is around expertise. Does the James Corporation or building architecture firm have expertise in building animal service centers, if you will? Because I think it could be very specialized, and we need to make sure that that's that they do have that specialty.
Can we get this, Alex?
Tony, you want to take this one?
Yes, sir. Mayor Pro Tem Gondada, this is Tony again for the record. That is definitely the way we went about for these projects, for all the GeoBond projects. We based it on experience, past performance, and expertise. We did not, the entire project was not based on low bid, which is why we had to go and do some value engineering on it. Mm-hmm. But they were the best suited contractor who has the previous experience to perform this project. So yes, ma'am. And they have 1 or 2 other animal service centers they've done in the state.
Okay, I was looking on their website and trying to garner without having to ask the question. I didn't see those specific ones, but okay, thank you, Tony. I'm really excited. The vision that the board has as being a member of the board and at one time the former chair, really exciting to see this come to fruition. I mean, we're really in need of expanding the services, and I think having an adoption unit and then using the older building for spade and neutering, not only for internal but external use, is just going to make it even more, I think, better. So thank you. Much appreciated. Thank you, Mayor. Those are all my questions.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. Let's see here. I think there was, Tony, let me ask you something. So is the building solar ready? So that in the event we were to do a third-party agreement, would they be able to, will it be wired so that they don't have to, or have the conduit there so that we could put solar on that?
Mayor, this is Tony for the record again. We're a little bit ahead of you. We worked with Lisa LaRock in sustainability. So the shades over the dog pods in the back are all solar. Oh, so it's going to already be implemented into the building from the get-go.
Okay. And I don't know if we had a chance to discuss this once upon a time, maybe too late, but there was, when we first passed this, I know Councilor Sorg and I received email about some sound barriers because at night, the dogs, when they start barking, because their voice can carry, or the bark can carry quite a bit. Was there any consideration taken into that? Do you see that being a big problem if we have to do that later on? Is that something we could incorporate with, anything like that?
Mayor, this is Tony again for the record. That was not incorporated into this part of the project due to some budget restrictions. However, there's plenty of room to do that in the future. That lot is big enough, that site is big enough for possible landscaping in the future with trees, some kind of natural barrier, or if we gotta go some kind of structural barrier in the future for that. So it is possible.
Okay, great. So nothing further? So with that, Christine?
This is on the motion to approve resolution 21-157. Councilor Beta-Stuvey?
Yes.
Councilor Vasquez is absent. Councilor Bencomo?
Yes.
Councilor Sorg?
Yes.
Councilor Flores?
Yes.
Councilor Gandara?
Yes.
Mayor?
Yes. Okay, item 7.5, Council Bill 21-034, ordinance number 2967.
Move to approve.
Second.
Okay, motion made by Councilor Sorg, seconded by Councilor Beta-Stuvey, and looks like you're on the hot seat today, Christine.
I am. I hope to make this the quickest presentation ever. Let's see. Oops. Are you able to see that?
Yes.
Awesome. Okay, Mayor, City Council, Christine Rivera, City Clerk. Today I wanted to go over some potential changes to the campaign code. So in 2019, the municipal election, we had a lot more candidates due to ranked choice voting. And because of that, it became a little difficult to follow up with all the candidates and make sure that there was some kind of accountability with them filing. So I took a look at our current code, and it was last amended in 2013. I also pulled the Secretary of State campaign finance to try to compare and see which changes would be appropriate for our municipality. And then I brought all these changes forward to you at the March 8th, 2021 work session. It's not going. Sorry. There it goes. Okay. So the changes that I am proposing to this section of the code is it's going to be a repeal and replace, and we're going to add definitions. The ones that I pulled from the Secretary of State that we did not have in our code was in kind, loan, and treasurer, which are just basic definitions, and I just thought they were appropriate to put in our code. The next changes are to the campaign contribution limits. The Secretary of State has $100 as the anonymous donation limit. They also had a $5,000 total, but after discussion at the work session, I heard $2,800 was more appropriate for our municipality. And so I changed it to $2,800. So the $2,800 total would be for an individual who is contributing to the campaign or for an organization. And the $2,800 would also apply to any family members. The next thing that was added was fundraising. There was nothing about fundraising in our code. And so again, I looked at the Secretary of State, and fundraising is something that you can do for your campaign, but tickets for any fundraising event can only be $25 or less, and you can't net more than $1,000 at an event. Raffles are not appropriate. They are actually in violation of the New Mexico Gaming Control Board, and so that's something that just wouldn't be allowed. And lastly, the final change is regarding accountability. So there was no accountability in our code other than a fine, which is something that we just couldn't say would get paid. And so in discussion with the legal department, we decided that if you did not file all your paperwork and close out your account in the timely fashion, that you would not be allowed to run again unless you close out your account. We also thought a closeout affidavit would be appropriate for all campaign organizations and also for candidates. And also there was a little bit of misconception that if you didn't get any contributions toward your campaign, that you didn't have to file at all, and that's not true. So I wanted to make it clear that all candidates, win or lose, must file all their campaign finance reports in a timely fashion and must close out their accounts. And so with that, I give you your options and I stand for any questions.
Mayor Pro Tem and Councilor Beta-Stubbe and Councilor Flores.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you so much, Christine. I really appreciate all the work that you've put into this. Going through it, it was like, oh yeah, I'm so glad that it's defined here. You know, so I went through it, read everything, and one of the things that I found a bit difficult to read, wasn't sure what we were getting at here, was on this, and I don't have my paperwork in front of me. I try to do everything electronically now instead of hard copy, but it's D. Is that helpful, or is there many subsections?
I actually,
and it's in the paperwork. It's in the paperwork, Christine, that the packet actually.
Was it regarding the contribution limits?
Christine, I read a whole bunch of stuff yesterday. So give me a moment. Give me a moment. And maybe, Mayor, that if you wanna go on to somebody else till I find it and read it off. I'm sorry. I should have been a little more ready. Sorry.
Okay, sure. Councilor Beta-Stubbe.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Christine. One follow-up with this, I know during our work session, we talked about having the new computer system and portal. Are we also on track to having both of those available for this upcoming cycle?
Mayor, Councilor Beta-Stubbe, yes, I actually met with the vendor a couple weeks ago. They did show me kind of a template of what they can do for us. It is amazing. I love it. And so I just need to do some follow up with them, and we should be on track to use everything for this upcoming election.
Okay, wonderful. And a lot of the changes, I believe, when it came to contributions, those also put us with having a similar limits as the state. So we're all expectations are the same, and training is very similar, so that we don't confuse either candidates or those trying to contribute. Okay, fantastic. Thank you so much for all your work on this, and to Mr. Cabello as well. And thank you, Mayor.
Sure, thank you. Mayor Pro Tem, are you ready, or you want me to go on to Councilor Flores? Oh, you're muted.
Go on to Councilor Flores.
Okay, Councilor Flores.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Madam Mayor Pro Tem. So, what were the previous limits on the campaign contributions, Christine?
Mayor, Councilor Flores, it was $25 for anonymous and $2,300 total.
Per person, $2,300 per person.
Per person or organization, yes.
Okay. And then the fundraising, if there's a fundraising event, what are the limits there? $1,000 for the entire event? Why bother? Like, what? You're gonna spend more on the food you're gonna supply and all that. Anyway, so when you're doing a fundraising event, what was the limit before? There was nothing there before.
Mayor, Councilor Flores, there was nothing in there. And so when I read the Secretary of State guidelines, I thought that would be a really good portion to add into ours.
What is their guideline?
I pulled their, Mayor, Councilor Flores, I pulled their exact wording. And so the fundraising, it's the same. It's $25 or less for a ticket, and $1,000 net.
Wow. So what happens? And you determine that by looking at the deposits made. How are you going to be able to cross-reference that? I'm just trying to figure out how to get around it. I'm just kidding. No, seriously, how are you going to be able to track that? Is it the day that the deposits are made? I mean, you're not going to be there at the fundraiser. I mean, it's just not possible. I don't want you there, okay? So, seriously, I'm sorry. I should be more serious about this. How are you going to be able to determine that a certain amount was made at a certain event?
So, Mayor, Councilor Flores, when the portal is up and running, there will be sections to identify where that money came from. And so it'll trigger something if it was more than $1,000 from that one event.
And the portals are just so, I guess the treasurer has to declare that there's been an event. Oh,
correct. Yeah.
Well, we can just blame him and he'll go to jail, not me. Okay, fine. I'm just trying to make sure that there are, safeguards and all that. And then, and then you add a definition, which is wonderful. Okay. All right. And so now the campaign contribution limits are $100 and $2,800.
Yes.
For family members. Okay.
Mayor, Councilor Flores, it's $2,800 for an individual or an organization, and that also includes family members. So if a member can only contribute up to $2,800.
And the 100 limit is for
anonymous.
Anonymous. Great.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you so much, Christine, for your work on this. Thank you so much. Thank you, Mayor.
And before I get to Mayor Pro Tem, now, Councilor Flores, council has the right to remove some of these if you think that they need to be removed. Personally, $1,000 for fundraising, that's really low. And I find it hard to believe that especially some of these larger events, whether you're running for governor or PRC commissioner, I mean, they raise more than that. I mean, the average fundraisers usually bring in $5,000, $6,000. That's why I'm wondering when it says special event. I don't know, but that's something to think about. Mayor Pro Tem, are you ready?
Definitely is. Yeah.
Mayor, not really, but I agree with you in the comment that you made. I think $1,000 is pretty limited. I don't know what we're suggesting that limit be, but it is pretty low. So I agree that I don't know what the governor race or the state indicates for those kinds of special events and what they mean by that.
I was never aware of any limits at those, just maybe the campaign limits, because, sometimes if when someone asks you for money and you're going to give them contribution and they happen to have a fundraiser coming up, you kind of do a 2-for-1, think, I'll just give it to you at that fundraiser. So that way they can get in there for free and then here's your money. You know what I mean? But you have 3 or 4 of people like that of me, and then next thing you know, you're at that limit real fast. So I don't know. That's just that's a little low. But let me go to Councilor. Were you done? Did you go to Councilor Bencomo and then circle back to you, Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes. That's fine.
Okay.
Thanks, Mayor.
Yeah.
Yeah, actually, just to staying on that same vein, Christine, why is it? Where did this come from? The 1,000 limit for a fundraising campaign for event.
So, Mayor, Councilor Bencomo, I pulled that wording from the Secretary of State's guidelines. I think what they meant was the net of the tickets sold, not necessarily what is getting contributed at the event. I think that's the distinction. So if you're holding an event and sell tickets for $10, you can only sell up to $1,000, but at the event, you can also garner contributions separately.
Interesting. Yeah, I mean, if it's in the Secretary of State's sort of guidelines, are we then able to change that locally?
Yeah, Mayor, Councilor Bencomo, since this is our ordinance, we can amend it however we want.
Okay.
I put in the $1,000 because it was outlined in there, but we can make it as high as you guys want to.
Yeah, I mean, I guess I don't necessarily see a reason for a limit. I don't think, unless I'm maybe missing something, but I don't. That seems interesting to me that you'd have a cap on net contributions if you sell tickets. I wouldn't see why that's necessary. And then my other question, so I would also be supportive of changing that. And then my other question, because this is great, Christine, it looks you've done absolutely your homework and all the work has gone behind it, and I'm very excited about all of this. You haven't, the documents we have in red regarding the raffles, and I'm just curious, did something change in that? That was in there before, right? That was in the charter before. Why is it in red now?
Mayor, Councilor Bencomo, actually it was not in there.
Oh.
And so I added it, and that's why it's kind of scribbled out there. But I've also wanted to mention that we can strike out that sentence regarding the net limit for the fundraising. I think that would probably be the easiest thing to do, but that whole section was not there at all. So I just kind of added it in.
Wow, that's interesting. Well, then I must have just had a very good and smart campaign manager, because I definitely knew that raffles were not allowed. So it's good that you caught that and put that in there, Christine. Thank you. And those are all my questions.
Yeah, no, that definitely. I won't say who it was, but years ago there was a candidate running for governor, and he wanted to do $100 raffle and, give out money. And I go, you know what, I don't think we can do that. And he says, are you sure? I said, yeah, only churches, only certain organizations are exempt. You have to have a gaming license. And so I called, and sure, you can't do that. So I'm glad you put it in there. Let's see, Mayor Pro Tem, are you ready, or let me go to a couple more?
Go a couple more, Mayor. Sorry, I'm having trouble. I don't know. Maybe I've read it wrong, or I'm not sure, but I'm reading it.
I'll just catch you last. So Councilor Beta-Stuvey, Councilor Sorg, and then Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you again, Christine. I'm looking up some of these items just in regards to exceeding the 1,000, and it looks like the net of unidentifiable cash from event is the item that can't be over the $1,000. Is that correct? And I also wonder if you are all thinking about raising the limits to think of the fact that we can't have a contributor over the 2,800, that's state law. So that might be a number to think about if you were to raise the limit.
I'm sorry, Councilor Beta-Stuvey, what state law?
Oh, sorry. According to the SOS, where we have individual contributors can only contribute up to, and our new change will be the $2,800. That might be a reason for a different number to think about if you are going to raise, to keep it along the similar lines.
Well, I didn't know the state had it. I know that federal limits were 2,800, but I didn't know the state.
And that's part of one of our changes today, I believe, going from 23 to 28.
Yeah, years ago, the council proposed 2,300 back then, as that was the limit that you could give for, like, say, a congressional race. And so I think during our work session, I just made that comment. So if they wanted to just keep in line with what they were contributing for a congressional race or a Senate race, and I think it's 2,800, but I didn't know the state had a limit. So.
Mayor?
Yes, Christine?
Mayor Councilor Beta Stuvey, the 2,800, you're correct, is along the lines with the Congress. The state has a limit of 5,000.
Thank you for the correction. Okay, that's all for now. Thank you, Mayor.
Councilor Sword?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, thank you. And thank you, Christine. Just to beat this dead horse one more time, the special events and fundraisers, those restrictions there on there, is they the same for all state offices too?
No, this is just for the city of Las Cruces, Councilor.
No, she said she got it from the state Secretary of State.
Oh.
Mayor Councilor Sorg, I pulled that wording from the Secretary of State.
So it applies to Senate races and House of Representative races too. I'm really surprised. Yes.
Yeah.
Anyway, it doesn't matter to me. If the council wants to change that, it's fine with me. But I just wanted to make a point or give some information. In a past campaign, not me, but my opponents did have a raffle, which they raffled off a gun and to collect money. I think Christine remembers that. Yes, so I'm very glad that that's in there. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. That's all I have to say.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Mayor, I've read everything very diligently yet again and really can't find it. The only other thing is on the win or lose, the candidate should file a report until he or she closes the record. I wonder if we can word that differently. It's win or lose, comma. And it is on
Until the campaign account is closed. So Christine, don't they incur a penalty for as long as it's still open past a certain deadline? Is that somewhere in this? Okay, so it is addressed. Okay.
Yes, Mayor Councilor Gandara, it is. And Councilor Gandara, you're looking at section 8-36 under reporting.
I am.
Yes, it's the very last sentence.
Very last one that you add. It doesn't read very well, and you already cover it right in a different section. So I wonder if we could wordsmith that just a bit. That says, Canada is required to continue filing campaign finance reports until the campaign account is closed. I think that's all you really need to say. Have you had issue? I guess. I mean, why did the win or lose part? I guess.
Mayor Councilor Gandara, because you're correct. I did have some issues. People were not filing because they thought that they didn't need to because they lost. And so that's why I wanted to specify that it does not matter if you win or lose. You still need to file and close out your reports.
Okay. I guess you get all kinds of things, Christine, and you're just trying to be all inclusive, and I get that. Yeah, that's that. I don't know if council has other suggestions, but I think in order to, try to get every situation, I guess I'm okay with that. Yeah, I thought you covered it on the other pieces of it too, that everybody will be responsible no matter what. You have to fill it out until you close out. And I appreciate you outlining what you can do with that money, because it hadn't been a part of that. And it was stressful for new candidates, like, at once upon a time I was. So I appreciate you outlining that. And that's it, Mayor. Thank you. Thank you, Christine, for your work.
Well, if you think of anything else, Mayor Pro Tem, I'm going to ask a few questions, and then if you think, it comes up. So, okay, so let me start with just a couple things. So, Christine, when we talked about the number of signatures and all that, that's on a different issue, right? This is just pertaining to this select. Okay. So,
yes, ma'am.
I want to start with. I don't think this has changed, but I just thought it probably needs to be clearer. And if we did put it, it would need to be where the contributions are, and that is It says each campaign shall contain total of contribution expenditures. Total contributions shall not exceed 2,800 from any individual or political committee. I'm wondering if we should put in there from any individual excluding candidate, because a candidate could use to put in whatever amount they want. You know, if they happen to have been given an inheritance or they have a $10,000 and they want to put in there. So I think just to clarify it, we should put excluding candidate maybe after after individual. Okay, and then me personally, I mean, you know, mayor's races can go as much as $100,000, and if you have a net of 1,000, that's, you know, there's two ways to raise money. Obviously, friends and family that you know, but if you don't, then you know this is how you get a little bit more connection. And sometimes you have people who contribute $50, $100, and you have to be spending your time just fundraising all the time, which might not be a bad thing, but I would think that may want to just remove that limit. And I think that that's pretty much it. Those were the two things. I think you spelled out everything else pretty good. And yeah, so Mayor Pro Tem, do you have anything you want to comment on that?
On your comments, Mayor?
Yeah, or if you found what it is you're looking for.
I did. I guess I'm having trouble with E on an itemized campaign report is required if the total contributions received and total expenditures exceed $250. A campaign report shall contain a written declaration under oath if neither the campaign contributions nor the expenditure exceeds $250.
Oh, basically, I think that says that if there was a couple candidates who ran for mayor who didn't even raise $250, so they didn't have. That means that I don't think they had to under this. That means they don't really have to file anything, correct? Is that what that's meaning, Christine?
It was confusing to me. So, what was the intent on that, Christine?
Mayor, Councilor Gondra, I'm looking for that section.
8.8-36 reporting.
Okay.
And that's item E. An itemized campaign report is required if the total contributions received and expenditures exceed $250. The campaign report shall contain a written declaration under oath if neither of the campaign nor the expenditures exceeded $250. So basically, they probably have to sign something saying, "Yeah, I didn't raise any money," because there was one candidate who raised $0 and spent $0. So I think they probably have to sign something saying, "I didn't raise any money." Is that what that is?
Mayor, Councilor Gondra, I will have to defer that to Rob because that was already written into the code. And so I don't know entirely what the goal was toward putting that in there. He might have a better understanding of that. If that's something that we could definitely amend and remove if it's confusing.
Yeah, I felt it was confusing, not sure what we were getting at. I imagine there was a specific, a while back that occurred that you were trying to capture in here, but it didn't make sense to me. So, and then I think about like in kind. Like, are you like either way? You're asking someone to sign a written declaration under oath. Same thing. What if they get all in kind, or that they do something, or it's all in kind? They should be documenting that in some way. Now with this, right?
Correct. And I think Rob is on, and he was going to try to answer that for you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem Gondra, I'll say this. The part for subsection E under section 836 of our ordinance, the purpose was just to make sure that if you had a candidate with whatever de minimis amount raised, they didn't, I guess $250 or less, they had $100 or something, that's all they put into it, that this would cover, them having to sort of, this would cover the sort of the documentation for a low sort of campaign cost if that was the situation. I think they wanted to make some sort of accountability for all candidates, even candidates that didn't have. First off, Can everybody hear me? I'm using a new microphone and a new camera, so can people hear me?
Yes.
I can hear you and see you.
you. Look
I'm
good.
sorry.
Looks good.
Thank
Sounds
you. I appreciate it. I was just making sure because it was kind of freezing. So that was the consideration for that. And your second question, can you restate your second question? I apologize.
Robert, it didn't read. I just didn't know what it was getting at in this particular item.
Well, reading this and then in conjunction with reading, I'm kind of going out on my other screen, the administrative code covering campaign finance. It seems to be, it was our attempt to sort of cover the issue regarding, a campaign that it was just had such a small amount of money that was involved in that campaign. And you can see that being a case maybe in a local election, maybe not necessarily here now, but maybe in certainly smaller towns, maybe that would be the case. And may have been the case, I don't know, 20 years or 97 when I don't know when this was promulgated. I apologize, but back in the 90s or something of that nature, there may have been candidates that had made it with very little money into their campaign. Did that answer your question?
It did. So could we, I guess I'm stuck on that second sentence. If we took it out,
Okay.
would that include what we need to include here, what the intent of that reads? Or you can put.
I'm sorry. Mayor Pro Tem Gondara, it would actually kind of be the same thing. The only difference is that when it would be verified. So it'd be like, and I liken it to like when I give my discovery answers in a lawsuit and they ask for questions or they ask for documents, and then I have to provide a verification that, or get a witness to verify that the answers are true and correct. This would be the same thing. It would be, you have your statement, and then they're not necessarily verifying under oath. I mean, so, I don't know what to think of that. I mean, it could be that, I guess it depends on how you view how trustworthy people are or of that nature. And I mean, maybe it's I'm an attorney and I'd be the wrong person to ask because I'm always suspicious of everybody. I don't know. So, I mean, I'm not the best person to ask because attorneys assume the worst in a lot of things. You look at the worst situation that could happen to your client. So I don't know. Maybe it's a question I could go pass back to Christine or somebody else that that deals with candidates more so than I do.
If I may, Mayor Pro Tem, let me share with you two stories. So, of course, one, as I mentioned to you, there were two candidates that ran in 2019 mayoral election. One spent $0, one spent $187. Mm-hmm. Okay, so I don't think, for whatever reason, but if you recall, in 2018, I think it was probably everyone thought, and I know she was a former county commissioner. She ran for assessor. She spent $0, nothing. There was no signs. There was nothing, and she beat the deputy in office and who had ran a campaign. How did you do that? And that I think would have been one where if this was a city election, she would have the sign something. Yeah, I didn't spend anything. Yeah. It's like, that's incredible. You ran nothing and you won. That I think is. And then what happens if they found out later that they did spend money? That's where I think that comes into play. And then so those were two stories that were pretty something that's that I recall because how do you do that? You should write a book. Spend $0, raise money $0, spend $0, and win. Really.
Right. Okay. I'm fine. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Robert, Christine.
Okay, so we have more questions here. Councilor Flores, Bencomo, Abeta-Stubbe.
Flores?
Well, you had your hand up?
Yes.
Okay, yes.
Thank you, Mayor. And thank you, Attorney Cabello and Ms. Rivera. I think the intent, as I think the question that Mayor Pro Tem, as she posed it, the intent, I think this is what I believe the intent is. I believe the intent is to make sure that all candidates are accountable
to report expenses, expenses of the campaign or lack thereof. And it would just be a declaration. And the declaration doesn't need to be verified necessarily. It could be a verified declaration. It doesn't need a signature by anybody else but the candidate, because ultimately the candidate is a person who is going to be accountable. And it would just be a simple declaration stating that that person, and you're talking about Leticia Benavides, who didn't spend a penny on her campaign. And her philosophy is that people know you, because she'd been around for a while and people knew her. So, and that was how she put it. And that's something. But I think it would be, I think it would get, I think that was the intent, to make sure. And as the mayor said, you want to make sure that they know that, that they are reporting that they didn't spend more than $250, and that would be sufficient. It wouldn't have to be all that complicated. Wording in ordinances and statutes sometimes are so convoluted, and sometimes I think, and this is not saying anything about our people here, Mr. Vera and Attorney Cabello, but legislatures, they do funny things when they write statutes. They throw in these little strange words, and sometimes the conjunctives are wrong, and yet the intent was, they'll say or when they really meant and. It really don't have to be that complicated. People have to be able to know what they're reading. So I would just suggest that that remain, and the declaration would be that I so-and-so did not spend more than $250 on my campaign. And then that could probably check out with the accounting that the city clerk's office is doing. And I think it's good. I think it's just that, I think that would be good, that accountability. And then as far as the fundraising, it's per the guidelines of the Secretary of State. It's not a statute, correct? Yeah, so there's no law there. And I think get kind of, I don't know, the mayors and Gil have been running forever. So for them, it's, like an old shoe type of thing. For those of us who have run for office only once, I know that all this was very nerve-wracking for me, and I had a fantastic treasurer, and pretty much was, things were taken care of. But, the fundraising and then that special event language after that, I think, the only thing that should be in there is that no raffling, no raffles, because that's consistent with state law. But fundraising, I think that limitation and then any explanation, it gets too convoluted, and it's too limited. And this thing about buying tickets and stuff, that's a funny animal too. I think that should be eliminated. And then the language in the 250 spent or less than 250 spent would be adequate for that accountability by the candidate and that responsibility, fiscal responsibility reporting. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Chair, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Mr. Rivera. And thank you, Robert, Mr. Cabello.
So I do have one more before I get to Councilor Bencomo. Now, what I shared with you was the local races. Now, I read up on all kinds of campaigns. Now, there was a situation back east where a fellow these people were spending a lot of money, but he didn't spend any money. And it turns out that they had bankrolled this campaign. And so this would have worked out really good, because that's in kind. And if we'd had something like this and he had signed that he didn't take any money, then they could have used this against him to remove from office, because he would have, he violated this oath here or whatever. So that's the other side of it. But this happened, like I said, back east. I think it was in Atlantic City a long time ago. And they bankrolled this campaign because they needed this guy in there. So, I mean, I think it's good. To me, I understand it, and just basically says, you won an election spending no money, and and if it turns out that they did, and there was other monies behind it, dark money that wasn't aware of it, then it can be used against them. What about inserting the amount of excluding the candidate on the 2,800? Remember when I was talking about that, where it says the limit is 2,800 from any, you can't exceed 2,800 from any individual or political committee, but where it says any individual excluding the candidate, so that it's clear that the candidate can spend whatever. Okay, very good. So, Councilor Bencomo.
Thanks, Mayor. I just wanted to come back to the $1,000 cap. I actually now think we should consider holding off on removing that, because I do think there is language in the Campaign Reporting Act that talks about unidentified, placing a cap on unidentified cash donations. Yeah. So, right. So if this says, right, we're saying, what is it, Christine, $100, anything $100 plus, you must have a name and all of that, right?
Yes, Mayor, Councilor Bencomo, correct.
So then if you have an event and you're selling tickets capped at $25, then if you had a lot of cash donations, they would not be identifiable. Christine, do you think that's what it's trying to get at?
Mayor, Councilor Bencomo, it could be. You're going to have donations that will be anonymous, technically anonymous, because they do fall below that cap. So that is a huge possibility, yes.
Okay, so I don't know how you want to move forward, but I think for now I'm uncomfortable not capping it because of that, unless we get clear information that that's not what it's about. But I do think there's a level of transparency that should happen with elections and people who are wanting to be elected to public office.
Councilor Bencomo, state your concern again on anonymous contributions.
That you would have a very large base of donations without having to disclose where they came from.
Okay, so are you saying someone could run a campaign strictly all on anonymous contributions?
Yeah.
Okay. That would really make for a great story, and probably would, but how about if you just put in there, well, but I thought that the limit was $100 for contributions that weren't identifiable. So so I guess what I'm trying to say is, if you had someone who did what you just said and raised $800, okay, the most I've ever seen is a candidate who put in about 8 or 10 $20, $25 contributions. That's about it, a couple $100. But if we put a total limit of unidentified cash contributions, then the rest has to be donated to a nonprofit, or cannot be used. They can't use it. So they're not gonna disclose it. It has to be they can't accept it, or it has to be given away. So you've just put a limit of whether it's $100 or $200 of unidentifiable contributions, period, and forget about the campaign, the fundraiser.
Sure. And Mayor, all I'm saying is that because there's no clarity on this, because I'm totally not sure what you just said, to be honest with you, but because there is no clarity on this, I think is why we should hold off on removing this particular piece.
Okay, but with all due respect, Councilor, so item C, number 6, it says anonymous contributions may not exceed $100. So that's the new limit. And so that would stop what it is that you're trying to say, that someone could run a campaign, a fundraising of a bunch of anonymous contributions. They can't do that. The most they can collect is $100.
So anonymous contributions may not exceed $100. It used to be $25, right? So if someone gives you $50, that could be anonymous.
Yes.
Right. So then you could have an event and sell tickets at $25, pose it as an event, and then just have a ton of contributors at $25 that are anonymous.
But the most you can do is 100. And usually, Councilor, and I'm sure you know this, but how that happens, usually how it happens, I'm sure there's some that do it go out of their way to do it, is there's a lot of people, maybe the tickets are 25, someone comes in, they're checking them in, and someone just puts the $50 bill in the hat and just says, yeah, this is for me and my wife, and they take off. And then when you guys are counting the money, say, hey, where'd this $50 come from? I don't know, just put anonymous. That's usually how it happens, usually. But I'm sure there are some that put money in there and don't want to be identified. But this says right here, anything over 100, you can't do that. So they're not going to report it as such. I don't know what they're going to do with it, but they're not going to report it because then they're in violation of this policy.
Well, it looks like Councilor Bates-Stubbe would like to say something.
Okay. All right. Well, I just wanted to clarify that.
I think I have a clarifying.
Okay,
Mayor.
Councilor Bates-Stubbe.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Councilor Bencomo. Yes, there's a clarifying issue that I think needs to happen here, which will probably solve both issues. Councilor Bencomo is absolutely correct as in bringing it up. And both of you, it does say anonymous contributions may not exceed the $100. But that doesn't necessarily mean that it limits it to in total or per person. As long as a person is donating under that limit, it doesn't say that it is the limit. So what would need to happen is if there was a clarification that you could not receive over $100 in total of anonymous funds. And I'm going to say this as I also was a campaign treasurer for a while as well. And so it is very possible, seeing different things and researching different candidates, different mechanisms for reporting, that sort of thing, that we see this type of event. Technically, the situation that is posed by Councilor Bencomo could come into play unless we specify if that anonymous money is in total for an event or not, because you could very well have many people donate under the anonymous limit without reporting, and you could have a lot of funds gathered that way, which would, I feel, limit that transparency aspect that I think we're trying to go for when we have candidates and campaigns. That's for, I think, the benefit of the public as a whole, that we are acting with this type of transparency. So if I am also uncomfortable removing any sort of language that I don't believe Christine was intending to remove or change or adjust at all with that section that was already in the code without further clarifications. But that is another option, is if you're looking at events, make sure to specify anonymous contributions in total and not per person. Thank you, Mayor.
In total or not per person or per reporting period. Could do that too. But what you're trying to say is you need to specify when does that happen? Is that for the whole campaign? Is that per person, or in this case, possibly even per reporting period?
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
And you could have it per event as well. You can say you can only receive up to, $200, since I'm saying you could have 2 full donations of anonymous people, but that's, you got to have the limits at some place.
I would probably say per reporting period or per the whole campaign. Because if you have it per event, then you're going to have them every day. You know, you could, but Robert looks like he wants to jump in real quick. Robert Cabello.
Mayor, Council, I think I might be able to help, or maybe not, but I went and looked at the Mexico Administrative Code because I reviewed obviously the changes, but I somehow missed the significance of G regarding the contribution. So under 1.10.13 Mexico Administrative Code, double G, special event, and that's a very specific definition. The definition reads: a means of barbecue, tea, coffee, dinner, reception, dance, concert, or similar fundraiser where the tickets costing $25 or less are sold for no more than $1,000, net contributions are received. Now, that means it's a special definition of a type of fundraiser, special events. Now, when I go further down, and let me get there. Here. Okay, so 1.10.13.20 contributions. It talks about the entire amount paid by a donor to attend a political fundraiser or other political event to purchase a fundraising item sold by a candidate is a contribution and counts against the donor's limit for political contributions, except for special events pursuant to subsection C. And that's when it goes back into, it goes into the definition of special events, and it's essentially that $1,000 limit. So it seems, at least, and I don't know how, I think the Secretary of State's guidelines kind of follows a Hughes, but it doesn't really specifically state. It cites administrative codes sometimes, but sometimes it doesn't actually explicitly enumerate what they are. It seems there might be a confusion in that part of the guideline. So it seems that special event is really a specific type of event definition that's treated differently than other fundraisers. And the significance is if you're a donor and you're a high-end donor and you can sort of give lots of money, the way you calculate the donation you have works differently than for a special event fundraiser. So like these things that you have like a little lunch, and it's like the tickets were $25 and you went in. The items that you paid for may not necessarily count toward your donation limit. So you're limited to whatever your donation limit is. Those don't necessarily count. But if it's a big fundraiser, let's say you ended up buying some item, that was going to go to like the tables or something of that nature, that's a different type of situation if you're a big donor. So I think maybe my suggestion would be maybe not having that definition right now, because it doesn't seem to fit according to what our needs are really for as regarding as far as fundraising.
I hear you, Robert, and I remember a long time ago I had one that was just a piece of cake and some coffee. Yeah, and you're not going to charge a whole lot for that, and you don't. I think probably only raise $500, maybe. I don't know, but I see what you're saying. But that is kind of confusing to have it in here. Maybe we should just remove it. But I appreciate that clarification. Did Councilor Flores and Councilor Bates-Stubbe have another question, or did you forget to put your hand down?
No, I do.
Oh, you do?
Thank you, Mayor.
You're on mute, Councilor Flores.
That's going to be the phrase of the century, right? You're on mute. Thank you, Councilor Bencomo. So I think that when Christine, when you're reading the campaign contribution limits, and my understanding is that it's that you can't have more than $100 in your you can't have more than $100 unanimous contribution, a total of $100. So I think that. And I agree with Councilor Bates-Stubbe that language should be explicit. To say that it's $100, no more than $100 anonymous per for the entire campaign, and that'll eliminate any kind of dark money. And I know that I know that back, during the recall for Nathan and Gil and Olga, I think there was a lot of dark money, and it was coming from a place somewhere in Illinois or something. But and it probably should be included in recall elections too. I don't know. But anyway, so I'm comfortable with the language that would read that the limits, campaign contribution limits, which is an area that was explicitly set forth by Christine when she opened her presentation, and that the $100 is the $100 anonymous contribution is limited to the entire life of that contribution of that campaign for that specific campaign, as it limits $2,800 per person, except for the candidate. And so I would make those two changes in that, and I would totally disregard that fundraising business, and then that because it throws in that special event. So I think that for our purposes, or just for purposes of clarification, that should be thrown out altogether. The whole thing about tickets and all that sort of stuff. Just do a fundraiser and call it a day. Thank you.
So is that a motion?
Huh?
Is that a motion?
Is that a motion?
Yeah.
Oh, should it be a motion?
Well, yeah, it has to be a motion, so we make that amendment.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I thought we were just talking, having a lot of fun here. I was going to get, some coffee and cake, because we're having so much fun here. So, and today is my daughter-in-law's birthday, so. But at any rate, that would be my motion, Your Honor. I would move to that the campaign contribution limits state forthright that the $100 anonymous is for the life of the campaign, that the $2,800 as proposed stay there, $2,800 cap per person per campaign, and that language be added except for the candidate.
And then you talked about removing the...
Oh, and then removing that fundraising 1,000 and...
Item G.
Yeah, item G. Just eliminate it in its totality.
Okay. And then Mayor, City Council, I don't know if Councilor Gandara would be interested in that wording about win or lose, but I did get a suggestion that maybe it should read regardless of the outcome of the election instead of win or lose.
That's good. I like that. I like that. Yes. Thank you for that.
So regardless,
I gotta give props to Andy Hume. He was the one who suggested it. So
Andy. Yeah.
Did you want to include that in your amendment, Councilor Flores?
Yes, I'll add that to my amendment. And that's, the reporting, right? The reporting clause.
That's item, oops, it just went off. That's item E.
Yes, item E.
So regardless of the outcome, a candidate is required to continue to file. Okay.
Correct.
So your amendment, your motion is the $100 anonymous is for the campaign, for the entire campaign.
Correct.
The $2,800 is the new amount, which with the wording after individual excluding the candidate. You wish to remove item G, which is the special events amount, and also on wording on item E. F, G, H. Would that be I? But okay, it says E.
I believe it's E.
It says E, but it's kind of odd. It would be E after H. But so that one changes to regardless of the outcome, replacing win or lose. Right?
Right. Correct.
Okay, so that's the motion. Is there a second? Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Okay, Okay, second by Councilor Sorg. Now we're on discussion. Looks like we have Councilor Beta-Stuvi.
Yes, thank you, Mayor and Councilor Flores for the amendments. However, I do see these as really three really separate entities that I think are going to have different votes for each. And so my request would be if we could pull them each individually to vote on them. Just because something like we've talked about the campaign donations. For me, a $2,800 limit excluding candidates. This is just my own personal feelings, but those sort of limitations actually I feel evens out the availability for people to try to run for office, that it doesn't require a large amount of private donations from an individual to have to run. And I think it evens the playing field. That's a personal opinion from me. And so that can be very different from everybody who runs, but so that to me is a separate issue. And then I'm still uncomfortable removing some of the language. And so I just feel like they're three separate topics. And so some of them I really do feel are great, but I am open to other comments, but those are mine. Thank you.
Councilor Beta-Stuvi, expand on that again about the $2,800 limit.
Well, I believe traditionally a lot of candidates, and I saw it in my own race too, and even I put in personal contributions to get things started. It does make it a whole lot easier if you do have personal funds to add to a campaign. And so what ends up happening is those with a higher amount of wealth have an easier time running than those that don't. And so if everybody had the same limit contribution, I think it evens out the playing field for those that don't have quite the same amount of funds. And it then requires those that generally rely on their own personal funds to run, it requires them to branch out a little bit more and seek other support and donors.
So you're thinking your problem is with the excluding the candidate.
Yeah, I think candidates should be included in the cap.
Okay, I need Rob to kind of chime in on that, but I think that's unconstitutional. I really do. I don't think there's no election has ever limited a candidate to my knowledge, but let's see if Rob wants to chime in.
Language for that, I'm happy to see.
Rob?
Mayor, Council, I'm sorry, could you repeat the question?
So the question is, can we limit a candidate who runs for office from limiting their amount of money, they themselves, not contributors, but a candidate who wishes to run for office?
Mayor, Council, I would probably need to do a little bit of research on that. I've not come across that. I'm looking at the Mexico Administrative Code right now. I would like to get back to Council on that. I apologize.
Yeah, I mean, let's see here. If I recall, Michael Bloomberg spent about, I don't know, $300 million. I don't believe we can limit a candidate by using their own funds. I'm almost 99.9% positive about that. But I'll let Robert deal with that. So let's go to the next one. And Councilor Sorg.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, I tend to agree with Tessa that this would, if we don't keep it like it is, and I'm assuming, Christine, you've got it from the state office, that number, and they did not have an exception for the personal funds of the candidate. This keeps some millionaire from just using all his money or as much money as he wants to try to win an election. And if we kept it at 2,800, that would level the playing field for candidates. That's just my feeling. Whether that's legal or not, I don't know. But that's where I stand on that. But something else occurred to me here. As you go down the line of paragraphs here in section 836, you have D, E, F, G, H, F, G, H, E. There's repeated letters there. So it was confusing when you guys were talking about these things when you were going back and forth. So I'm just going to point that out. I think administratively we can fix those letters. And that's all I have to say, Mayor. I think so anyway. Yeah, that's all I had.
Mayor, regarding the contribution limits for the candidates, that was actually already written into our code. It says, and let me find it. It said, D, each campaign report shall contain a total of all contributions and expenditures. The total shall not exceed $2,800 for an individual or political party or entity, except for a candidate's contribution or loan to their own campaign. So that was already written into our code.
Okay. I just thought it'd be a little bit, I'm glad it's there and we don't mess with it. I did look on the Federal Election Commission. It says use of personal funds of the candidate. It says when candidates use their own personal funds for campaign purposes, they are making contributions to their campaigns. Unlike other contributions, these candidate contributions are not subject to any limits. They must, however, be reported. And it says contributions from the candidate's family, contributions from members of the candidate's family are subject to the same limits that apply to any other individual. And then they talk about what are personal funds and all that stuff. So
okay, that settles that.
I'm positive it's not in the state's election code, and it's just you just can't do that. Councilor Flores, did you have another question?
No, sir.
Well, how do you want to handle Councilor Beta-Stuvey's question? You want to take them individually? You want to?
We can do them individually, Mayor, but we don't have to do an amendment to include the excluding candidate because that was already in there.
Yeah. Okay.
We can remove that one, but we can take an individual vote on the other three.
Okay, so you want to remove your motion, Councilor Flores, and then your second, Councilor Sorg, and then we'll just go with
well, just eliminate the first.
Well, just eliminate your motion and then we'll start over. So.
Oh man, it's a lot of work. Okay. So it's time for my.
You're okay to remove your motion, right?
I'll remove my motion and.
Well, I got to get Councilor Sorg to remove a second. I think he made the second.
Yes, I'll remove my second.
Okay, so what sounds relatively easy should be real easy is to add the wording about the regardless of the outcome. And that's on item E. So removing win or lose and inserting the word regardless of the outcome. And then is required.
Did I know that Councilor Beta-Stuvey proposed that we take each one and vote on it individually? Well, so is that what we're doing now?
Yeah, that's what we're doing. That's why I thought I'd do that one the easiest.
Okay, so that'll be my motion.
Okay, is there a second?
Yes.
Okay, so it's been moved in second that under section 8-36 appears to be item E, that we replace the word win or lose with regardless of the outcome, and then a candidate is required to continue their filing their campaign finance reports. Okay.
More specifically, the second E.
Oh, double E.
I don't. Okay, well, mine doesn't have that, but all right.
It's not consistent. So.
Okay, so that's the change. Motion second's been made. Christine?
So this is on the motion to amend Ordinance 2967, Section 8-36E, and add the word regardless of the outcome of the election instead of win or lose. Councilor Beta-Stuvey.
Yes.
Councilor Vasquez is absent. Counselor Bencomo,
Yes.
Counselor Sorg,
Yes.
Counselor Flores,
Yes.
Counselor Gandara,
Yes.
Mayor.
Yes. Okay, so the next one, I guess we just remove item G, the about special events or fundraisers to be held, tickets cost 25 or less. You want to make a motion on that?
Yeah, that was, yes, sir. Yes, Mayor. That was, yeah, that was G. And the motion is to eliminate, to strike it in its totality.
Okay, is there a second?
Second.
Motion by second by Councilor Sorg. Christine, on the amendment?
This is on the motion to amend ordinance 2967 to remove the sentence in letter G regarding special events. Councilor Stuby.
No.
Counselor Vasquez is absent. Counselor Bencomo,
No.
Counselor Sorg,
Yes.
Counselor Flores,
Yes.
Counselor Gandara,
No.
Mayor.
Yes.
Okay, so that motion failed.
Okay. And then next one, Councilor Flores, is to increase the limits from 2,300 to 2,800 per contributor?
No, that's already in there. She wanted to do the anonymous 100 for the life of a campaign.
It's already in there? Okay. Oh, okay. Oh, I got you.
To clarify the $100 limit. So saying, yeah, adding the language, so the motion is to add the language during the lifetime of the campaign.
Okay.
Or
All
the
right.
entire campaign, whichever language is preferred.
Okay, so so your motion is to make the $100 limit for the entire campaign?
Correct.
Okay. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Councilor Bates-Stubbe. Okay, Christine?
Okay, this is on the motion to amend ordinance 2967 to add the wording of for the $100 anonymous limit to for the lifetime of the campaign.
Where would you put that wording, Christine? What section?
That's section.
It'll be under the contribution limits.
Under number 6, where it says anonymous contributions may not exceed $100 for the entire campaign.
Okay. Counselor Bates-Stubbe.
Yes.
Counselor Vasquez is absent. Counselor Bencomo.
Yes.
Counselor Sorg.
Yes.
Counselor Flores.
Yes.
Counselor Gandara.
Yes.
Mayor.
Yes. Okay, now we're on the main motion. Christine?
So this is on the motion to approve ordinance 2967 as amended. Counselor Bates-Stubbe.
Yes.
Counselor Vasquez is absent. Counselor Bencomo.
Yes.
Counselor Sorg.
Yes.
Counselor Flores.
Yes.
Counselor Gandara.
Yes.
Mayor.
Yes. Okay, so good. So the 2,800 is in there still, and you can still raise. You still have a fundraiser just on those special events. You keep it to that limit. Okay. And candidates can still contribute whatever they want. All right. Very good. All right. Now we'll go to item 7.6, Council Bill number 21-035, ordinance number 2968. Need a
Move
motion?
to approve.
Second by Flores.
made by Councilor Sorg, seconded by Councilor Flotis. And looks like Dr. Tim Pitts is going to make the presentation.
Good afternoon, Mayor and City Council. Larry Nichols, Community Development, for the record. I'll be sharing my screen on this ordinance. Are you seeing my screen?
Yes, Larry.
Thank you. This is an ordinance to repeal and replace the 2012 Uniform Mechanical and Plumbing Code with the 2015 Uniform Plumbing and Mechanical Code. Sorry, I'm having to roll this down. The codes, sorry, this is not moving that for me. Hoping that slide advanced. Did it advance?
Yes, it did.
Yes.
Oh, good. Thank you. The code books you see there on this display are the examples of the code themselves. Currently, Las Cruces Utilities utilizes the 2012 Uniform Mechanical and Plumbing Code. The state of New Mexico, however, Construction Industries Division Office has mandated and updated to the 2015 Plumbing and Mechanical Code. And as that, the New Mexico Licensing Regulation Commission adopted these two codes recently, and the New Mexico Construction Industries Division, who is a signatory with them, has also adopted the code, and the permits issued after adoption have to comply with these two codes that have been updated. Community Development Department here in Las Cruces, to remain compliant with the state regulation, is requesting that we adopt these codes in today's ordinance. And as the building codes of New Mexico are adopted at the state level, as we all know, and they are in force statewide in all jurisdictions. The local adoption must be no less stringent than the state adopted code. It can be more stringent, but it cannot be less stringent. And the 2012 is a little less stringent than the 2015 Mechanical and Plumbing Code. Therefore, Las Cruces will be out of compliance with the Construction Industries Division if we do not adopt the 2015 Uniform Mechanical Code and Uniform Plumbing Code. And with that, I leave you with the council options, and I yield the floor to the mayor and council.
Thanks, Larry. So can you just kind of give us maybe an executive summary of what are the significant changes either for residential and or commercial?
Yes, sir. What these adoptions or changes to the code, they come about every 3 years. They apply both to residential and commercial. Mostly they're editorial in nature. They try to make the code more user-friendly. They add definitions. They condense the language. They move information from one area to another more convenient area. There's some redundancies that are removed. Clarification. Give me an example of a commercial item. We're all familiar recently. In the last few years, we have at our drinking fountains, we now have the bottle fill stations along with the drinking fountain. One of the changes would add that definition for bottle fill stations, and it would allow the reducing of 50% of the drinking fountains if you use a bottle fill station. So that would be an example of kind of saving some expense on some of the commercial projects. One of the more interesting and very good changes was we made some of the federal standards with these updates. For example, residential. The this federal Safe Water Drinking Act talks about lead-free contamination, and it's currently it's not more than 8%, but they've reduced that in the new code to less than 1%. And that affects all the plumbing fittings that would be used in residential or in commercial, and also the fixtures as well as the solder and the flux. So these are the type of changes that come about that affect both residential and commercial. But basically, as I mentioned, they're primarily in editorial in nature.
Okay, well, let me just ask you a couple questions then. Years ago, there was always discussion, and I recognize the safety of it. I mean, it would great, if you can afford it. On residential houses, there was always discussion about requiring new homes to be constructed with sprinkler systems. Is that in there?
You mean fire sprinkling systems?
Yes, sir.
Yes. Well, it makes provision in there. It doesn't require it, but it makes provision where you could have using different materials that are not as expensive as they are for commercial, such as heavier duty PVC piping, Schedule 80 piping, and that makes it less expensive. The code does explain how to go about it and what type of fittings are needed, and those kinds of clarification in the code requirements.
Okay, but it's not mandatory. Yeah. Okay.
No.
What about on commercial buildings, one-story buildings? I know. I think the higher you go when you add stories, I think that's a requirement. But on one-story buildings, is that a requirement on commercial buildings, regardless of the square footage?
That particular requirement is more to do with fire code than it is to do with the plumbing or mechanical code. But it also has to do with the type of occupancy that the building has. Some occupancies require fire sprinkling even in a single-story structure. So it has more to do with that. This plumbing code.
Oh, okay, this is just okay. So let me switch to polybutylene pipes. Do we do it? Do we recognize those, and do we allow those, or do we prohibit those from being placed in construction?
Well, they are allowed in construction, but they're not allowed in certain uses. We don't allow them for like interior plumbing piping.
Oh, good, because they've been found to disintegrate after so many years.
Yes, sir. Yeah, and that's what the code updates are. They improve some practices that have not been proven not to have been successful.
Years ago, and I'm trying to remember, that a home could actually be built without an air conditioner, but it had to have a heater. Has that been upgraded to say it has to have both air conditioner and heater? Are you aware of that?
Well, a lot of that had to do with property maintenance code. We used to have, we don't have that particular code. We have a housing code here in Las Cruces, but not a property maintenance code. The property maintenance code said that there had to be a certain temperature maintained in winter, and I believe it was 65 degrees or above. And then for summer to be 92 degrees or cooler.
92?
92. I know that's a very high number. Not many of us would be comfortable at all with that. But the code is a minimum. Codes are minimum standards. But, there are requirements for a conditioned space that add to human comfort.
Okay, that's all the questions I had. Any questions from council? Okay, seeing none. Christine?
This is on the motion to approve ordinance 2968. Councilor Beta-Stuvey?
Yes.
Councilor Vasquez is absent. Councilor Bencomo?
Yes.
Councilor Sorg?
Yes.
Councilor Flores?
Yes.
Councilor Gandara?
Yes.
Mayor?
Yes. Okay, so now we're going to go to board appointments, and looks like to the senior Programs Advisory Board, appointed by Councilor Betastuvi, Mona Chavita Badale, District 2. Okay, and next is, I'm going to need a motion and a second on this, reappointing Judith Chavarria to the Senior Programs Advisory Board.
So moved, Gandara.
Second, Abeta Stuvi.
Okay, moved by Mayor Pro Tem and second by Councilor Betastuvi. Christine?
This is on the motion to reappoint Judith Chavarria to the Senior Programs Advisory Board. Councilor Betastuvi?
Yes.
Councilor Vasquez is absent. Councilor Bencomo?
Yes.
Councilor Sorg?
Yes.
Councilor Flores?
Yes.
Councilor Gandara?
Yes.
Mayor?
Yes. Okay, to the TSI PRC, Aaron Taylor. Need a motion second.
So moved by Flores.
Second, Bencomo.
Okay, moved in second. Christine?
This is on the motion to appoint Aaron Taylor to the TSI PRC. Councilor Betastuvi?
Yes.
Okay.
Sorry, I thought I said it.
I just can't hear today. Councilor Vasquez is absent. Councilor Bencomo?
Yes.
Councilor Sorg?
Yes.
Councilor Flores?
Yes.
Councilor Gandara?
Yes.
Mayor?
Yes. Okay, so now we're going to go to, I think that's it on the, anymore. Okay, now we're going to go to proposed ordinances. There'll be no public discussion. Councilor may ask staff for clarifications on the proposed ordinance. Number 9.1, Council Bill 21-037, ordinance number 2970.
Mayor, I would like a presentation, please.
Oh, okay. And that would be Adrienne Widmer, if she's available. Oh, there you are.
Mayor, Councilor, Adrienne Widmer, Interim Assistant Utilities Director, and I will share my screen now. Can you all see that? Oh, wait.
Oh, not yet.
Can you see that now?
Yes.
Great. Thank you very much. Well, thank you for the opportunity for the first reading of a modification to Chapter 28, Utilities, Article 3, Sewers. As a little bit of background, a septic tank identification and prioritization plan was included in the 2008 Water and Wastewater System Master Plan. The plan was developed to determine the potential of contamination from leached wastewater from septic tanks into our water supply. Well, based on that plan, nearly 2,000 parcels with septic tank locations were identified inside the city limits, and areas were prioritized depending on the distance to our water supply wells, the density of septic tanks relative to parcel size, and the depth to groundwater. Utilities' focus has been on top priority septic tanks, which are those that are within 1,000 feet of our water wells, and high priority, which are those that have the greatest number or density of unsewered parcels that are less than a half acre in size. As shown on the attachment A that was provided to you as part of the packet, over the last 12 years, sewer projects have provided 410 sewer stub outs, where only 148 have tied to the sewer system, which essentially shows a 36.1 hookup rate. In order to protect our water supply, the then Infrastructure Capital Improvement PRC recommended that the Las Cruces Utilities Board recommend council to modify the ordinance, which the LCU board approved, recommending to you to modify the ordinance. So the modifications would only affect projects completed after the ordinance is modified, which means future projects that include sewer with stub outs to parcels and the property owners will be notified and made aware of payment plan opportunities for the impact fees. Any completed without grants or are specifically requested by residents like Lantana Phase 1, which Councilor Silva and Councilor Sword participated in, and assessment payment plans available. We appreciate City Council continuing to prioritize septic removal for legislative requests. And your future options will include the following for the yes, no, vote to amend, and vote to table. And so thank you again for considering the ordinance modification request, and I'll stand for any questions or clarifications you all may have.
Okay, so Mayor Pro Tem, do you have any questions?
Mayor, thank you. I appreciate. I do just have a couple of comments and a question. Adrian, thank you so much for the presentation. I know there's been quite a bit of pushback on this on social media. There's been a few people really concerned about this, and that's why I pulled it to hear the presentation. So in the past, we've used capital outlay funding, right, to help sort of move maybe areas into, right, into a better system. So what you're saying is there's like over 100 plus 130 people, 30. Was that 134 individual areas that still need to change over to from septic?
Mr. Mayor, Councilor, actually there was over 18, almost 2,000 parcels that were identified throughout the city limits. And right now we have completed projects that show 410. So if we take a look at it that way, we still have quite a ways to go.
Yeah, yeah.
If you're just looking at the, we're just mainly focusing on the top and the high priority. So there's 99 top priority and 1,126 high priority. So, when you add those two together, that's about 13 or 1,400 that utilities would specifically like us to go ahead and have sewered to protect our groundwater.
Right. So Adrian, are they in different parts of town, or are they in certain specific parts in town?
Thank you for that question, Mayor, Councilor Gondara. That's an excellent question. And there are septic tanks in every single one of the districts, with I think the exception of, I think it was District 3 at the time, where most of that is more internal downtown city of Las Cruces areas. But all of the other districts do have septic tanks. Okay. I hope that answers your question.
It does. It does. It gives me a good idea. Yeah, it would be helpful to see a map of like where they're at, saturated, if they are, just that would be helpful to me. If you can in the future, Adrian, when you come back with this. And then I think the cost is going to be, and then the reason I'm asking about where these are located, and it could be that there's people that will never be able to afford this, or it'd be very difficult, right? So what other options, with the exception of the various percentages of interest rate, may we be considering, and is capital outlay and the possibility of the federal funds coming in, the ARPA, could help in this situation?
Again, thank you for a very good question, Mayor and Councilor Gondara. Other additional funds, if they are low income, I think that we could work closely with community development. They do have the CDBG funding program. And if we can work with them and see about trying to come up with grants for low-income people to upgrade their system to where they can actually tie into the sewer. So there's always the potential of finding additional grant opportunities for residents. Certainly, we don't want to penalize anybody to force them to spend a lot of money that they cannot afford. And we certainly don't have a problem with working with the rest of the city to continue to find funding as part of utilities. I mean, it is our responsibility to try to protect our only water source.
Absolutely. And I agree. It's a safety issue in my estimate. But I'm worried about, especially during COVID at these times when, so my last question would be, when are we looking to attempt to do something like this?
Well, Mayor, Councilor Gondara, if and when this particularly passes, that's when it would become active. And what that means is that projects that happen prior to you passing the ordinance would not be subject to it, but it would be any of the future projects. So as you all are going ahead and continuing to provide your support for us to obtain special legislative funding for grants to actually install these systems, those are the ones that will be affected moving forward. So we do appreciate that. And we are attempting to find grant funds to take care of that, to at least build it. But we can definitely work with community development and see if there's something we can do through the CDBG program to assist low-income households.
Thank you, Adrian. I appreciate that. And then finally, the list, just a list of those projects moving forward, like where you're at with them, you know, would be helpful, I think, in knowing kind of projects already in the queue, if you will, and where we're at with those would be helpful to me. Thank you, Mayor. Those are all my questions.
Mayor Pro Tem, I know, could you do me a favor? Can you go ahead and run the meeting? I got to make a quick call, and then I'll circle back and do my comments in a minute.
Oh, sure, Mayor, for sure. I didn't gather who was, is it Councilor Flores or Sorg that's next up?
Usually Sorg and then Flores, but you know.
Okay. Okay.
Okay, and I'll be right back.
Okay, Councilor Sorg.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Madam Mayor Pro Tem. I'm just requesting more information when it comes to the council for the vote. And one of those things is the map, like you suggested, Mayor Pro Tem. Appreciate the map that has all these locations that we're talking about. And then I would like, another thing I would like is that my first term on the council, I was given a list of all these septic tanks in the city and the locations where they were. And they were grouped into 4 categories. And as you mentioned, Adrian, which by the way, thank you for this presentation, there was the high, the top, the high, and medium, and low priorities. I'd like to see that list again when it comes to the council. And then, and along with the map, I think coordinating or seeing both of them together, you know, really gives us a good understanding. Now, finally, there's 2 different categories or situations we have here. One is where the residents of the neighborhood that had the pipeline put in under the street, the main line, the residents paid for that themselves. And then there are cases where the residents did not pay for it. It was paid for by grants from the state mostly, as I understand, but you can let it where all that money came from. But I believe it was mostly from the state. And so we can compare. But then we're also going to have to know how many people are going to be in a real hardship. Maybe not all of them, especially since the pipeline was paid for by a grant. That's a significant difference in the neighborhood of thousands of dollars difference between a grant and no grant. I know the Lantana is one place where no grant was used to put that pipeline in. So we need to see that difference there and get all the different cases and different situations of what do you got here, 10 or 12 different neighborhoods that you have listed. So those are the informations that I would like to see when it comes to the council. And so we have a total understanding of the whole situation. And then, of course, the cost to connect up now that the pipeline, the main line is in the street, running past the house. Okay, that's all. That's the information I want to have.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, or Madam Mayor Pro Tem. I'm so used
Thank
to
you, Councilor Sorg. No worries. Councilor Flores.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Mayor Pro Tem. And thank you, Adrian, for your presentation. Yes, septic tanks are definitely out in the East Mesa, in my district, and it's an extensive area that has, and I think that some of the streets there will have the septic lines going in. And so I agree with Councilor Sorg, and also Mayor Pro Tem Gandara posed some very good questions. And I have to say that unless we get that information, and this is definitely for the health and safety of all residents of Las Cruces and, every water line. I mean, we're the knee bone's connected to the thigh bone. So, I think we're all impacted by this. And I think the anti-donation clause should kick in. And I know that because of the health and safety issues. And so we have to look at a way where everyone's going to be impacted. And I've never, I don't know about the rest of you, but I, worked for a living, and my income at the end of the month was whatever income I had was already laid out. It was, the mortgage, the car payment, house and home insurance, car insurance, kids' school, yada, yada, et cetera, et cetera. And then for someone to come up and tell me that now I have to pay for something that the city didn't provide for me ab initio in the very beginning would be such a hardship. And so I agree with the questions that were posed by my colleagues insofar as really knowing who's going to be impacted and whether, yes, there's a question of grants, there's a question of monies that could be looked at. But and look at also before the city starts planning on where it's going to start and where it's going to begin, they just can't go in and force this on somebody at this point. It just doesn't, I don't know if there's a law against that, but there ought to be a law. I mean, the city just can't come and tell me right now, okay, we're going to, install this and we'll help you. We're going to get, a payback system for you. But I mean, I would be floored and I would be mortified. And I feel that it would be such an invasion. And I did get an email from a resident who, and I don't know if she's in my district, it really doesn't matter. How we vote as a city council impacts everyone's lives. So we just need more information, Adrian. I do appreciate the work. I'm so glad that septic tanks are coming in, and they are in some areas already. And as Councilor Sorg pointed out, some people had to pay out of their own pockets. And so we have to do that adjusting there. We have to do that equity thing. So, why is it that they paid but other people aren't paying? Or what is it that people really did pay? And what is it that they really, there's just so many questions. So I just want to see, I would love to see a presentation, a work session on this. And again, this is something I can't vote on. I vote it down. But Adrian, I do have a question. How soon do you think this is going to get rolling? How soon could this be possibly implemented?
With the typical 2 readings, I can get with legal to find out, because, you know, we got to start this at some point so we can find out what you all think, whether you agree with it or not. So it's just as fast as the process can take. But if you'd like to have another work session to talk about it, especially to kind of clarify, for instance, the Lantana one, Councilor Sword described, that one, those residents actually wanted that project prior to us being able to obtain grant.
Okay.
Okay, so they had a choice. They could either wait until there was funding to do that, or they could go ahead and do the assessment, and that way they could hook up sooner. And so that particular neighborhood did work with Councilor Silva at the time, and they had made the decision that they would like to do the assessment, and that was that particular neighborhood. You know, when you look at Lantana Phase 1, and those were the ones that wanted to do that assessment, there were 25 possible connections, and 21 have actually signed up. They wanted the sewer because they knew that they were having issues. And there are plenty of other places, for instance, there near the Willow Glen. There were people that were having septic systems failing, us and wanted to have the sewer. And we are concerned about water quality. So part of that too is we can't necessarily, we can't tell the rate base that they need to go ahead and pay for something that had not been previously provided. But we don't want to see any new septic tanks coming into the city. And just so that, also so that council understands, is that Doña Ana County, their sewer ordinance says if we put sewer in front of your house, you will hook up. So it's not uncommon to say that if we provide this service that you will do that, because ultimately we're attempting to protect all of us for, you know, for our one and sole water source. But that's why we're open to trying to maybe work with CDBG or you know, the grants department may even know some additional grants to help people come up with the monies for the impact fees and some of these other issues that go along with that.
Thank you so much, Adrian. Thank you for your sensitivity and for, you know, looking, I mean, you're looking at Doña Ana County doing, behaving a certain way or practicing their powers, I guess, a certain way. And so I understand one municipality looking at another to see how they've approached it. I, nonetheless, with all due respect, believe that I really don't think that's the road I would want to take. I mean, I've been saying, let's get septic tanks out. You know, when I was campaigning 4 years ago, almost 4 years ago, I asked people there in Hacienda Acres who had the septic tanks, and they said that they would like to have, you know, plumbing. They would love to have regular plumbing, and it becomes, and it's horrible. Because my other question is, Adrian, who would be responsible for the cleanup of the septic tank? Who would be responsible for the removal? Do you know? Or is it germane to what you're presenting?
So as far as removing the actual septic tank and septic system, that is between the resident and the state of New Mexico, the Environment Department. And moving forward, I mean, if someone specifically requested a variance, I don't see why they wouldn't be able to come and request a variance. I do know that typically the Environment Department, if someone has a septic system and it fails and they go back to NMED to request a new permit. If they're not meeting the current lot size, but there is a sewer line in front of them, NMED essentially it has been telling people, well, you know, you have a sewer line in front of your house. You need to hook up instead of modifying or upgrading your septic system. Or they end up having to put in a septic system that has some kind of treatment process, which is highly expensive as well.
Right.
It is confusing and it's, yeah.
I think it's immoral, amoral. I mean, I want the septic system thing to go away, the whole thing to go away, the tanks and everything. But doing it this way is very bothersome to me. It's very, it's just something that it just brings of unfairness and something that is just, dumped on you and, or dumped on a resident. So, if we can, but say we did, as you said, Adrian, we did the 2 readings and then we move forward. It would probably be a year or 2 or maybe 3 before anything really gets rolling here. And then, as you said, there's been 2,000 parcels that were identified within the city limits. Only 410 have the hookups, right, to the, so, and I don't know, when did the city begin doing this, or how long did it take to get 410 done out of those 2,000 parcels that were identified?
Let's see, Madam Chair for the Council Ganada and Councilor Flores.
Yes.
The possible connections is 410. Only 148 have actually hooked up.
How many?
148 out of 410, which is only 36% of the total. And we started this process back in 2008.
Okay.
And so a lot of it does have to do with as funding comes in to actually do it. And so because we do not have this type of project in rates, it either comes from the general fund or it comes through legislative requests or other types of grant funding opportunities.
And Adrian, when those grant funding opportunities come in, is it something that they cover, say, 100% per house, per structure? Or how does that, do you know how that's applied, or is that something that Amy would be more familiar with?
Councilor Flores, what those do is that covers the actual, it will cover the design and the construction of the infrastructure. But those grants do not pay for people to pay hookup fees or to decommission.
Wow. Okay, so there's still a money gap there, a money expense that would be incurred by the homeowner.
Yes, ma'am.
So thank you for your presentation again, Ms. Widmer. And if you, but I can't vote for this at this time. I mean, yes, I'll vote, but not I, or yes. We really need more information insofar as what the cost would be and all of the information that my colleagues requested as well. So thank you. Thank you, Adrian.
Oh, you're welcome.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Absolutely. Thank you, Councilor Flores. Anybody else? Yeah, Adrian, I wanted to ask, because you had mentioned about an assessment. So you'd come back with us with a plan that says these are the, in the event we pass it, say for instance, that you would come with a plan to say, these are the ones we're going, or the remainder of the 400 plus, right? This is what we're going to do, and this is the way we're going to do it. So we would have to do an assessment, I'm assuming, right? And then there would be funding for design and for the infrastructure part, but it doesn't pay for the hookup, the fees or the decommission. And can you give me what those amounts are?
So the impact fees for the sewer is around $2,700. The actual amount to actually tie in, then they would need to get with a plumber. You know, a licensed plumber to actually tie it in. And then they would, I can check into what kind of time frame they would be required to do any kind of septic tank decommissioning.
They're responsible for obviously the impact fee, the $2,700, a plumber, licensed plumber, and the decommission in the event it's required, or are all of them required?
And Pro Tem, I remembered what to call you, so thank you very much. Yes, and so, you know, there were estimates a few years ago that it would be around $5,000 to cover all of that, depending upon.
Okay.
But we can certainly come back and break the information up. We can provide a copy of the septic tank prioritization study for each of you. Obviously, we will go through the city manager's office and get that to them to take a look at it. And then we can actually, for the top projects and the high, I think what we can do is zoom in to those areas. And so which ones have been done, which ones have not been completed yet as far as projects, so that you all can take a look at that, and we can take a look at it and see what you all think. I mean, not all of the areas are low income. There are obviously those that are considered more middle income, but again, that still has the same, I think, financial concern related to that.
Okay, yeah, I think all that would be super helpful with the breakdown of prices and what, if any, an assessment needs to happen. Again, Adrian, that I think for me, I would like to see that. So I appreciate it. I think Mayor is back, and I believe he has some questions. Thanks, Mayor.
Yeah, no questions at all. I appreciate the city working and giving these low interest loans, but I will tell you that having you hooked up to the city sewer system really increases the value of the home. So this is an investment. It really does. Let me tell you something. When you're, you know, that's why people live in the city as opposed to say in the county. They'll live in the county for certain reasons, but when you can live in the county, like some of the people in Los Alturas area and Doña Ana, certain areas, and have city utilities, sewer, wow, that they got the best of both worlds. So it really is an investment, and it does protect our groundwater. I don't have any questions.
Oh, okay. I just also want to say what would be important would be, I'm thinking there's an issue with, Adrian, would there be a commercial that would be hooked up to septic? Is that a possibility?
Mayor, Councilor Gondara, that is true. If it goes in front of commercial, then they will need to hook up as well.
Okay. And Adrian, if there is a commercial entity that is currently having problems and thinks they're connected to a septic, should they call you? Or who do they call to have the discussion and find out if that's what's happening in terms of all the issues that they're incurring at this point?
If they have a current septic tank and they are commercial and they're having issues, they do need to get with the New Mexico Environment Department, and they can always give utilities a call to talk about different options and what they can do to help alleviate the issue. Obviously, being utilities, we would encourage them to actually tie into the sewer.
Right.
You know, right now, there's no mechanism to say that you will. And depending on what NMED says, because theoretically they would need a permit to do any modifications or to upgrade their septic, you know, it's completely up to the Environment Department whether they tell them, well, there's a sewer in front of your business. You know, we will or we will not provide you with a new permit.
Got it. Thanks. Yeah, I just think it's a really tough time, not only for the businesses, but for residents during COVID. So I don't know that this is the best time, but, you know, when you think about how long you've been working at this, since 2008, right? I think it's super important and would love to see some media around this, Adrian. I think it's important. Like, yeah, the way you laid it out, 2008, these are the numbers. This is how many people have. And I think that's really important. People are under the impression that the city's doing this to them during COVID, and how much more can, you know, a resident take, if you will. So I think it's important, the optics, right? Very important right now, in that you've been working on this for some time, and it's important that we protect our groundwater. Absolutely. So I appreciate the presentation. Thank you, Mayor.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. Thank you for, sorry I had to step out. Okay, so bringing forward.
No.
Yes, bring it forward.
Bring it forward? Wait a minute, what does that mean? When you bring it forward?
To take it to the next level and show up on our council meeting for a vote next.
Yeah, that's what I thought. No, it can't go forward.
Okay, well, I wasn't listening to the discussion.
Well, Mr. Sorg, Councilor Sorg had a lot of questions, as did Mayor Pro Tem Gandara, and so do I, and we need more data, we need more information.
Okay, well, let me just ask a few questions then from Adrian. So Adrian, we're focusing, maybe I misunderstood this, so there are, let me go back to the notes. We received some legislative monies for 655 parcels. 397 stub outs have been installed or available for connection, but only 172 have actually tied into the system. Now, how much the legislative monies only went so far because the anti-donation clause does not allow us to do it 100%. So to tie into the city at that time, if I recall, way back when, was about 2,500, give or take, I don't know, maybe 3,000. Was that, is this the amount that's being financed or being spread out over the 5 years, or what is it that we're spreading out over the entire payment plan?
Mr. Mayor, thank you very much for the question. So for the actual interest for the infrastructure, that's if it's like Lantana Estates, where those residents wanted the sewer sooner than when legislative funding was going to come in. They needed the sewer right away. That's where they were paying the 20-year payment plan at 2% interest for that particular infrastructure. Now, to pay the impact fees, that is where it's a 5-year at like 3.5459% interest on the impact fee, which now is approximately 26 for wastewater impact fees. The resident then is responsible then to hire a licensed plumber to actually tie into the stub out. And then they would work directly with the Environment Department to actually have the septic tank decommissioned, which then they would have them get with one of the companies that removes the septic from the tanks and actually ends up caving them in and putting in sand, which is a typical way to actually take those out of service. Now, I don't know if NMED has a timeline in order to get that completed after you have actually hooked up to sewer. But as we were talking earlier, the original estimates a few years ago for the impact fee, for the plumbers, and then for the decommissioning could run up to close to $5,000.
Okay, so none of these payment plans helps with the removal and burial or reburying the septic tank.
Mr. Mayor, that is correct. That's only for the actual impact fee associated with the sewer, so that we can, for us to actually treat the sewage, a typical impact fee, because they're a new connection.
And the 20-year payment plan at 2% interest is for the entire system?
Yes.
Excluding any, so this is, the legislative funding maybe covered a certain portion, but we didn't get any more legislative funding, so this is for the entire, this is for the full amount then.
So for the assessment for the 20-year payment plan, those are for projects that have no legislative funding whatsoever. The way that we're doing these projects right now, when we get legislative funding, we cover the entire construction of the actual capital improvement, including stub outs. That's what takes place of the 20-year payment plan. But then people still need to tie into the actual sewer itself, which is where the plumber comes in, and pay the impact fee.
What amount were we basing the 20-year payment plan on, approximately?
I can't remember what Lantana was, but that mainly had more to do with that particular project, that over a 20-year payment plan with a 2% interest would end up paying for most of that.
Who are they paying the interest to?
Excuse me. That would be a payment plan going back into utilities.
Is it possible, has utilities ever looked at including the removal and burying so that it's all a turnkey price at 20-year plan at the 2% interest?
Adrian, I can answer that for you.
Thank you.
There's Delilah.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, Delilah Walsh, Utilities Director. Just so I can expand to that on that, that's when you start to get into the anti-donation violations. So think about if I have a home and a whole neighborhood full of septic tanks. In today's world, most developers already pay to have the sewer lines, they install them and then turn them over to the utility to run. So somebody's paid that upfront cost. Mm-hmm. If I have an existing neighborhood that only was built on septic tanks, then somebody has to pay to run that infrastructure. So the example Adrian's giving is, one, we can use legislative capital outlay to run that infrastructure to those homes up to the stub out, or two, the entire neighborhood, as the example she gave, pays to install that infrastructure and bring it themselves. And so those are the two options. And so somebody has to pay for that new infrastructure to come in. Once we get to the stub out, anything done on the customer side is all private. And so we can't help with removing septic tanks and filling with sand and do those things on the private side, because that's when you get into the anti-donation violations.
But they're paying for it though. What if we gave them the money and we're turning around and it's not like we're getting it to them for free.
Oh, I see. If we actually finance the entire process.
What if we have legal look at that?
Okay, yeah, that's a good idea.
Because that way there it makes it's a turnkey price, and you could probably get everybody to do that then, because now they don't have to really come out of any pocket. They don't have to do a down payment, correct? And then I don't know. I would think that whoever did it would if they, do we go out for bid? Or do they do it themselves? I don't know, but it has to be conform. I have no idea, but maybe have legal look at that.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, Councilor.
I wanted to bring it forward so we could discuss all this, find a way to get this financed, find a way to do it. And if we don't come up with a good way, we can always vote it down in when it's brought for a vote. But if we just leave it as is, we won't be dealing with it anymore. So that's why I wanted to bring it forward. And I think we can find a way to get it financed. So it's, as May Antonio used to say, an easy payment plan.
Who used to say?
May Montoya, she's an engineer with the utilities department.
Oh, okay.
She's the one that designed the whole Lantana project.
Oh, yes, that's right.
And so, and if we don't come up with a satisfactory plan or way to do this, well, yeah, well, we can vote it down. But we can't, unless we bring it forward, we won't be able to find a way or discuss a way to do it.
Yeah, no, I agree with you. And you know, just not bringing it forward doesn't mean, you know, in fact, that's probably the best way to do it so we can have more discussion. And if we need to table it, then we table it.
And that's why I asked for more information.
Yeah, technically this should
moving
just
parts in this whole project, the whole thing, and to have it all outlined in a table or some way. I don't know how you do it to make it clear just exactly who pays what and how.
Yeah, I agree with you on that. Councilor Florida said, you know, I think Councilor Sorg is right. If we bring it forward, doesn't mean we have to pass it. We just need to. We can probably direct staff to start doing some other things. But I think they've at least listened to the concerns brought forth and maybe be prepared 2 weeks from now or whenever it comes forward.
Okay, but so my question still remains. Okay, say we and yes, Adrian did explain that it would be you know, 2 readings and then the vote. So and then how long after the vote is taken, Mr. Mayor, would any of this, or Miss Adrian or Delilah Walsh or the powers that be? I don't know. I don't have these answers. I wish I knew.
Can't we decide that? Can't we decide that ourselves?
When it starts really rolling?
Yeah, we could say, wait a year, wait 6 months, 9 months.
Wait for the next legislative session so we could get some changes to the anti-donation clause. Yeah, well, wait a minute, there was a proposed change. It was, David Cedillo told me about it. It was Joint House Resolution 39 or 39. I can't remember and I can't find my notes on it, but that one was definitely addressing adding roads into that or something. There's something there. It didn't. I don't think it passed though. There were so many other things, but yeah, yeah. I suppose we can get it going. Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Councilor Sorg.
Sure. Delilah, did you have something else you wanted to say?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to comment. The priority for us is really. We don't want new septic systems in the city. We actually have developers who are coming in and they want to divide lots under the NMEDD rules and add new septic tanks. And that's something that I think that part needs to be a priority, that we push those developers to include septic infrastructure in our city. And so, you know, in spite of how we address current and existing septic systems, I think one of our priorities needs to be preventing that from happening, because we can't go to the legislature every year and say, hey, help us replace septic systems, but oh wait, we're going to still allow others to get installed. That's just very hypocritical of us. So, you know, I think no matter what happens, I think that portion does need to be a priority.
No, I agree. Okay. Councilor Sorg or Councilor Flores, did you have something else you wanted to say?
No, I think I've said mine. And
Okay,
thank you for the clarification.
Okay, so it's okay to bring it forward then. Okay, all right.
Yes.
You seem pretty distraught, or you're just tired.
No,
That's it.
I'm not tired. No. Thank God I'm high energy. But Gil's falling asleep, and I saw some yawns. I'm just kidding.
Right.
No. I'm just really trying to. I'm mulling this over, and trying to make sure that we do everything we can to make sure that our residents, aren't forced to be with anything. Say they can't afford to, even take a loan. I mean, I don't know. Yeah.
Okay, so we'll bring that forward, and I think that takes care of those changes. Okay, now we go to council reports. So I don't know if you all remember, there was a while back we were talking about, oh, I know what it was, when John Harris came before City Council and he wanted to reduce the percent of the amount that they pay to do their upgrades, I think from 4% to 3%. And I think they made some comment that, instead of putting in, I got the impression they were putting in $6 million in the ballpark. Could be more, could be less, a year to MMC, whether it's something to the building, or if it's upgrading equipment. And I said it I did a very subtle comment that maybe we should take the money that they're paying us and try to reach out to the state. And if the state would be willing to give us money, we could build a new hospital and dedicate a wing to mental health, almost being the mental health hospital for southern New Mexico, because right now it's just in Las Vegas. I don't know if you recall that or not. Mayor Pro Tem shaking her head, and so I kind of still pursued that. And so I met with John Harris and the CFO and explained what I was talking about. And just to kind of refresh everyone's memory is, that building's at least 50 years old. It's very antiquated. The equipment's old. Everything's old, right? and healthcare is just going to get bigger and bigger as time goes on. It just is. I mean, that's just, and then of course, also with all the things that we're dealing with, and with different equipment, different information to deal with those with mental health, that's going to be very big in the future as well. So I had a meeting with John and the CFO, and I explained that my vision was, and then of course doctor retention, having to have more doctors here in town. So when you add it all together, I thought, why not, if we could build a new hospital? Oh, and the big thing is, we can borrow money real cheap. We right now, I got a quote from a company that would lend us at 2.5%. And I just for conversation purposes, I used $500 million. 400 for a new building and 100 million for new equipment, new state-of-the-art equipment. I mean, that would literally make this the newest hospital in the state, by far the most high-tech. And so I got a quote, and what they quoted was about $24 million a year. That's our debt service. When I say us, if we still own it, if we go into partnership with the county. Now, obviously, the hospital would be paying the same amount that they're paying, and then if the state gives us money, we have enough to pay the debt service, so we're not really paying it. It's just that we would still own it like we do the current facility. And then, maybe on the campus of New Mexico State, they could be close to Burrell. Burrell could use it. They could just do so many things. So you've got the university, you got the college, the medical school, you got the new hospital. And I think it would just really bode well for the community. So I talked with John and the CFO, and then so I guess they talked it with their upper management team. And so the president of the division is coming down this week, and they want to talk with me. So I want to share with them what I had talked about before. So I just wanted to let you all know, I mean, obviously I can't do anything unilaterally. I've been keeping the chairman of the commission in the loop. And, I didn't really think, for all I know, they could have just listened and say, okay, thanks, and off they go. But think about it. If they don't have to pay a whole lot more and they get a brand new hospital out of this and new equipment and still continue paying what they're paying, and we get the state to pitch in, and then we have a wing for mental health. Yeah, I think this is like I think this would be good. So anyways, I just want to let you know, I'll keep you abreast of what's happening, and that's that. The second thing is, did we discuss, and Ifo, if you want to jump in on this, did we discuss that monies that we're going to be getting from the federal government, the American Rescue Plan, are we going to have a work session on that to discuss what we're going to do with that 24 million? Or had we gotten that far? I can't remember. If we didn't, I think we should have a work session to discuss what we're going to use that monies for. What do you think? Oh, Barbara DeLeon. Barbara, you have a comment?
Yes, thank you very much, Mayor. Barbara DeLeon, for the record. Yes, Ifo and I discussed this last week, and we are going to be preparing a proposal for the process for determining how the council would like to structure the appropriations related to that grant. We'll be bringing it forward to council. Of course, we're still waiting on final guidance from the Treasury Department for those funds, but yes, we will definitely be bringing that forward to councils in a very expeditious manner. We do have some time to spend this money, unlike the CARES Act. We definitely want to start working on intake, input, and then of course your decision-making process for spending it.
Okay, good. So then maybe we should have that as a work session instead of so we can all discuss and how that can be used, and what parameters we can use it for. That'd be great.
Absolutely, we'll do that.
And I wonder if you want to also have in that same meeting, I don't know what, I couldn't tell from councils whether they nodded yes or no about the possibility of increasing the EPE franchise fee by 1%. I think it would cost like about $1.50 per person, and this money that would be raised, we could use to help weatherize some of our residents that might be in the lower income and may not have the best weatherization, and probably save them $40 or $50 a month. I mean, especially when it comes to cooling it down or heating it. If it's not well weatherized, the money just goes right out the door, so to speak, or the window. So you all would be okay having a work session on that as well to discuss what that ramifications would be? Okay. All right. Well, that's good. Sounds good. That's all I got. Thanks, Barbara. Mayor Pro Tem, you're next.
Thanks, Mayor. The last couple of weeks have been busy weeks for us, or for me. We had a work session for the Animal Services Center. We discussed 2 new potential positions, an animal care specialist and caregivers that could also assist in not only cleaning and upkeep of the animals, but transporting them as well. We talked a lot about the positions like the veterinarian position, and special thanks to HR at the city of Las Cruces for getting all of the specs ready and putting them out there. I believe that it's been advertised, and I think that they have a few veterinarians in mind, so that will certainly help with the vision related to increasing our spade and neuters and microchipping, those things that we are being constantly asked. And this will fall really in line with, thank you for those of you for voting, all of us for voting for the bond, the GEO bond, and for the new building and the 2 dog parks. We talked a lot about at that center meeting, sort of where we're at via COVID, and we've been able to reduce the number of animals coming into the center tremendously. And I know Clint was on the line this afternoon. They really want to continue to manage sort of in terms of working with animals, the codes section about, animals coming in because they absolutely have to come in kind of thing. They're doing some tremendous work related, they meaning the Animal Services Center staff, in getting animals out, transporting them for adoption. And again, this adoption building will be an excellent addition. And then I wanted to report that Mayor and I scheduled the Behavioral Health District meeting with all of the mayors on April 29th. I'm really looking forward to that. My student will be working with me to put together a PowerPoint presentation. I did send an email to EFO and Mayor if you all want to meet before that, just to get our ducks in a row and sort of decide how to move forward. I know, Mayor, you and I have spoken in relation to, is an MOU the appropriate way or a JPA? And I think we thought MOU because it just gets going and it doesn't get so convoluted, as opposed to a joint powers of agreement because of all the special, right? It's going to require other entities approving that, like DFA, I'm thinking, if I read that correctly. Christopher Dunn, but I know he's not with us, but before he left, he did some analysis of, just putting a whole bunch of resources together, doing research and resources related to behavioral health district. We think there's something similar in California, although I'm not sure that other municipalities and counties participate in this particular district, if you will. My student's Zach will be looking at this week and making some calls and getting, just getting information together for us. So that's moving along, and I appreciate Mayor keeping me on task with that. And then I've been participating with Commissioner Vicente Aguilar through PRC to plan a broadband conference, which will be in October. This will be a great opportunity to highlight the wonderful things that we're doing here in the city of Las Cruces related to technology. But the broadband conference will be obviously focused on rural, right, broadband, and even though we're the second largest, we still have a lot of our places here are considered rural, right, and especially alongside the counties. So how important broadband will be, and so I've reached out to EFO and Scott asking if they'd like to participate in that. Moving forward, and I'll just keep updating you in terms of what they are looking at. I got buy-in from obviously Senator Ben Ray Lujan, working with Heinrich's office, and just trying to garner their support and participating in that. That there's a lot of work, and with the bills passed this last session around broadband, the creation of a new department, and all the work. There is a small group here in Doñana County that's meeting related to broadband, and our city staff is involved in that. And it sounds like, and as you know, there's a lot of money coming down from the American Rescue Plan to in relation to broadband and the efforts and what will be distributed to the state and then via municipalities and counties. And it sounds like the more organized you are, probably the faster you'll get this funding. So I'm really excited about the work that many of our community members and organizations are participating related to broadband, and one being our Success Engage partnership with Lori Martinez. They've been really active and involved in that, and so my thanks to them. I participated in a great kind of in the development stages anyway, with economic development. EFO, thank you for allowing Dr. Martinez to sit in on a small group that's looking at the possibility of writing a grant, a research grant related to jobs, job opportunity, workforce reintegration, building individual wealth, what would that look like? And it's being done in conjunction with the Doñana Community College, Dr. Mary Urich, and Dr. Michelle Adames through Jardín de los Niños. And there's some fantastic things happening at Jardín with a group of women there and, the flourishing families. And a lot of that funding came from the city to sort of spearhead that particular program. And it's working with women, providing mentorship. Some of these women, you just seen them blossom. They've started their businesses, even via COVID, during COVID, and how successful they've been. And so it's really exciting to see that. So given the small bit of experience that they have, we're working together to hopefully participate in writing a grant. And so some really staggering data that was given to us in relation to poverty and the kinds of increases that are happening in very specific zip codes, like 88001, 88005, Councilor Bencomo, myself, Councilor Flores' area, up in the East Mesa, and sort of what are the contributing factors. And so those are things that we'll be looking at moving forward. So it's been real exciting working with that group. And last Friday, I participated in the Municipal League. They had a great meeting discussing all the bills that passed and not passed, and sort of what Municipal League's priorities are going to be during the interim. So real exciting things. I got a lot of good information. Mayor, I'm not sure if you would like for me to share that with Christine so that she passes the information on to City Council, but it's sort of highlighting each bill, what the bill was about, and Municipal League standing on that. And if that's okay, I'm within my, without breaking.
I think you should probably give the EFO and then let him distribute it.
Okay, cool. I'll do that, Mayor, for sure. I think that's really important, and just encouraging staff to participate in the Municipal League. There's a lot of great work happening. Yeah. AJ is fantastic. He knows a lot about a lot of different things, and they have their meetings outlined on their website with the Zoom link. And so I definitely will be participating moving forward. Ifo and I think did I mention this, that we were meeting with Burrell College around health, physical health, and sort of the idea of why are our premiums so high, and working in coordination with the Burrell College to bring in maybe some projects and service to the city of Las Cruces. We have a second meeting in the next week or so, I saw just recently on my calendar. But this is to piggyback on the mental health days that we've been working on and kind of gotten the nod. And it's sort of been stewing, I guess I'll say, at the Health Policy Review Committee. My student Zach has been working on that and getting some great information around occupational health and how it contributes to our physical and mental health in the city. We're looking at disseminating a survey, Mayor, right before and council and colleagues right before he leaves. And if that doesn't happen, there's students that are ready to sort of pick up where he leaves off. And special thanks to Joe Richards, EFO, and Dr. Bernie McCann for their work, and really the staff that participates in the Health Policy Review Committee. Councilor Beta Stuvi has been phenomenal as the chair there. I agree, Mayor, on the work session for the American Rescue Plan. I think that's important, and really excited about the opportunity with a new hospital. I think that would be excellent, and to have a wing, maybe a wing specifically to address substance abuse and addiction would be a phenomenal thing. It's something, as you know, that our local behavioral health collaborative has focused on as a priority. moving forward. So I definitely am in agreement to continue the discussions. I wonder if, as a recommendation, might we involve Larry Haran, because the governor's office was interested in partnering with us moving forward. But because of COVID and other things, just it didn't come to fruition. So with that, that's all on my list. Thank you, Mayor.
Sure, no. Great idea, Mayor Pro Tem, including Larry. Have no problem with that. And just a couple things so I can expand on it. Most likely it would have to be regional. I mean, literally all of southern New Mexico. We don't want to hurt Mesilla Valley Hospital, but we think that if the entire southern New Mexico you would use this, because it's still a ways to get to Las Vegas. And two, I'm not looking for the city of Las Cruces or Doña County to pay anything. We would just facilitate because it would be our hospital, and then we would end up with the old MMC empty. And what we would do with that, whether keep it, sell it, turn it into a hotel, whatever, I don't know. So, rent it out for office space. I have no idea. Okay, so next is Councilor Flores.
Thank you, Mayor. And at the City Art Board meeting on Tuesday, there was a wonderful presentation by Nan Rubin, and all of you probably know who she is. Nan Rubin is one of the founders of our local radio station. She's the person who found that little sliver in the FM dial, or whatever you call it. She came with a proposal, something she wants to work jointly with the city, which I totally support. And it was well received by the City Art Board as well. And that is to have a public art accessible audio pilot project. And what that would do is she spoke with Paul Dahlgren also. And it was a question of, or a project that would have an audio to the city artwork, the artwork that's public and that's in the city, our public artwork. And it would be like oral histories almost, where say she had a picture of a historic home, and that was, and she showed us, and we were able to do it via Zoom, where she had the digital scan, and we were able to see the whole story behind that the little house or the little church. And it was Clarence Fielder's, it was a picture of the little church. And, but at any rate, it was just wonderful to have Nan's participation at the meeting and really bringing the community together. And then she went into details as to how it would work, and it's all very workable. So it would be, the program would be called Las Cruces Stories, and it would be ideal for radio because it's storytelling. And some of you might have read Rory Measure's article in the Bulletin a couple of Fridays ago, where she focused on how storytelling is so important, and how the cave paintings at Altamira and Lascaux in southern France, northern Spain, or northern Spain and southern France, respectively, were telling stories, and so and those were never lost. So we're trying to do some of that, or the City Art Board, our city is trying to do some of that by having art throughout the city. And so that was very interesting. And also I want to remind you all that Saul Ramirez, who sits on he's a board member of the City Art Board, will be presenting May 10th at our work session. And I think you'll all be very delighted. At the Airport Advisory Board meeting on Thursday, April 15, Andy gave a very good report, the administrator's report, and he indicated that Again, he repeated that because he already reported on last year's administrative inspection by the FAA. It's a FAA 139 Part 13A inspection. Was all paperwork. It was all done in paper. This year, it's set up for June 21, 2021, and it's going to be a full new inspection, and it's in person. So he might be able to have a board member join him. He further reported in terms of all the improvements that have been, that he's been able to achieve under his administration. In the last 3 years, airport went from having 18 violations, or quote wrongs, unquote, or violations. And then under Andy's leadership, it went down to 6 in this past year. This very last year, it was 3. And his goal is to, he said, our goal is to get 0 wrongs. He said it's okay for the FAA to share some improvements, but that they don't want to get any wrong. So Andy's working hard on making our airport really go sky high. No pun intended, I'm sorry. Anyway, so the board members are very, very interesting, and they contribute so much. And there's one particular fellow by the name of Jerry Clark, who is always comparing he's a pilot and looks at other airports. And he was comparing our airport with Montrose, and he encouraged all of us to read its master plan. So if I have a little debriefing on that next month on that. So anyway, Andy's busy working away on certain projects. The SWIP, which is the Stormwater Prevention Plan. There's a new regulation that is coming, but because of because of COVID, the new rules were released this February or March by the EPA, and he's working on meeting that criteria. As you all recall, our fellow councilors, mayor, and planning commissioners, we had a joint meeting on Tuesday, April 13, with Sites Southwest, headed by Radovich. And I say head, he headed the meeting. I don't know if he heads it or owns it. But anyway, on the East Lowman Avenue property, the property plan. So I just want to let everyone know, everyone in the city is going to be impacted by that development, and it's all going to be for the better. And what I brought up at the December meeting, that evening meeting that we had, which had a dynamite turnout, is that East Lowman is definitely a connector, and it'll, it'll be just as important as Dripping Springs Road up to Dripping Springs to the Oregon Mountains. And all those arterials will eventually come down from Bataan West and East. But at any rate, so Danny Wilson opened, or actually George opened it up and turned it over to Danny Wilson, who said that, she said there were different options. and I really want people to know that, for those of you who listen in on our meetings, that we all encourage you to contact Danny and South. They want to have your input. And the website is all lowercase, one word, planeastlowman.com. And the beauty of the options, there were like 9 ideas, and this was some of the stuff that was covered. Seems to it was covered even more in depth last December. All these fantastic options that are all doable, perhaps in different parts of the city, whatever. But the one thing that was noted was that middle housing was an issue that has to be addressed. There's also importance to leave it as a habitat preservation. And at our meeting on Tuesday, last Tuesday with the Planning and Zoning Commissioners there, there was also discussion regarding housing, and the mayor brought up a very good word, mixed income housing, and I call it attainable housing. In other words, housing for everyone, because affordable housing has a different, you have the connotation that attaches immediately to HUD and the 30% criteria of your income, and sometimes that isn't enough, or it's too much, excuse me. At any rate, I just want you to know that the next steps are Site Southwest will finalize the draft. Number 2, the draft plan will be made available for additional public comment. Number 3, it is anticipated Public and Zoning Commission will formally review draft and plan and offer its recommendations in May. So apropos of that step, Mr. Peely and Mr. Nichols, and if any planning commissioner is sitting in on this meeting, are our zoning laws going to, ordinances going to allow us to build the community we want to build there. And it was critical that it was brought up by Sherry Thomas, Mayor Pro Tem Emeritus Thomas, and Chair of the Commission, that we didn't want any kind of development, any housing development there that would in any way isolate or make it apparent that it was very stratified. So we want to get away from that. And I know that Jay, I can't remember her last name, made it clear in December that the homes would be designed in such a way that, you know, the lower income people wouldn't be discernible from the higher upper income people or residents. So that was very, very important. So I hope that, I don't know, so I'll just say it here before I think I brought up with you, EFO, that we want to make sure that our zoning laws are in conformity with with what we really need here in Las Cruces, you know, for people to have mixed income housing. In other words, housing affordable for everyone, not just HUD standards. So the next step after the anticipated P&Z Commission review, the City Council will then review and take final action on the draft plan, and they will adopt it in June or July. And once adopted, it will guide the future development improvements and building of city-owned property south of Loman and east of Roadrunner Parkway. So that's my report for the day. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Councilor. Thank you, everyone.
Thanks, Councilor. Councilor Sword.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just have a couple of things. I was in a sustainability coalition celebration for the community solar bill here, in which the senators and legislators were participating, such as Senator Stefanix and so forth. So I just wanted to remind that staff that we need to take advantage of this community solar bill as soon as it's ready. To have one example or one project that we'll try it out. I'm also very glad that our vaccine rates in the state are one of the best in the country. That's quite an accomplishment. However, I'm very disappointed that some people don't want to be vaccinated. And maybe it's not so much right here, but even some here. I saw a report by Dr. Fauci that said, or he gave a comment rather, I should say, that there's going to be some places in this country that are just not going to be as vaccinated as other places. And so this COVID is going to be lingering on for years, and it's going to be part of our society for generations to come. However, there's good signs on that there will be vaccinations that will cover the COVID of the future, including the variants and in combination with other viruses too. So there's good and maybe not so good there. So that's all I have, Mr. Mayor. A thought crossed my mind as you talked about the hospital that maybe we should ask Jack Ekman to get involved. He needs to do more community service, and I think he might be wanting to do it too. Maybe not, but asking isn't going to hurt. He can always say no. Thank you, Mayor.
Yeah, no, I think he's been reached out to. Yeah, this is, I'm amazed with the traction that this appears to be getting. But, you know, if you think about it, I mean, that building, we will never see, I don't think, rates this low for the next 50 years. That's about the last time I remember rates being this low was in the 70s, you know, and they probably weren't even this low. I mean, this is, we can borrow money at 1-2%. I mean, and yeah, that's pretty incredible.
And then on top of it, in the 80s, they went sky high, percent.
Yeah,
so it will fluctuate like that.
Councilor Bencomo.
Thanks, Mayor. I don't have many things either. I get my second COVID vaccine tomorrow at the city event. I'm very excited about it. So hopefully that will go well.
Pfizer shot?
Yeah, the second Pfizer vaccine.
They say it's a lot stronger, so your arm may hurt, you may be sleepy, it all depends, so be prepared.
I feel like I'm constantly just exhausted. So last time I couldn't tell if it was the vaccine or just like my normal life, but yeah, I've been sort of mentally preparing for potentially just feeling, you know, not great tomorrow, but I'm excited anyway. So, you know, yes, I've been asking for some sort of work session on the ARPA funds for a while now. I would like to ensure that we connect. I know Natalie Green's been doing a phenomenal job of this already, but I think it's important that we reconnect with all the nonprofit partners that we've had over the last year to ensure that first and foremost, we are getting at the most vulnerable residents of our community with that money. And I think many of those nonprofit organizations are going to know they're at the forefront. And so I just want to make sure that we're touching base with them before we come to a work session meeting and then potentially even invite them to that session. And then I don't know, I think Representative Angelica Rubio sent us all an email. Unfortunately, I just saw it last week, but she noted that there's the state launched a new website called New Mexico, it's called renthelpnm.org for folks who need help covering with rental assistance. And so that's there for people to go across the state, renthelpnm.org. So I wanted to bring that up, and then hopefully maybe we can, through Natalie or Jamie, just get that out as much as possible to our residents. And then just lastly, I wanted to thank our LCU staff, our Las Cruces utility staff they've been handling messaging and just talking to the community about the freeze and what that means for community. I think Delilah and her team are doing a great job. So I just wanted to lift them up because I'm glad we did the proclamation today for the linemen, because I think often in those kinds of industries and careers, they're often very thankless and very behind the scenes. And so I just want to lift them up and say thank you to all of them. That's it for me, Mayor. Thank you.
Yeah. Do you mind sending me that email? I'd never received that from Representative Rubio.
Yes, I will forward that to you.
Okay, thanks. Who's next? Councilor Beta-Studi.
Thank you, Mayor. Mayor Pro Tem Gondara already gave an update of the Animal Service Center. So I'll move on to the Juvenile Justice Continuum. Had a meeting last week. Program Supervision Manager Grace Tejas was appointed. So thank you. And then next up we have MIRVDA. Last week was Telecommunicators Week. And so council for putting on the proclamation. And then last week there was all sorts of celebrations, not as my duty Council, the local emergency planning committee. They help.
Excuse me, Councilor, you're kind of cutting out here and there. I wonder if maybe if you want to, turn off the
Is that
video.
having to my video to get sound? Is that better?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. It was
Your video came back on.
Oh. Any better?
Okay, let's see.
Well, it was telecommunications last week, and I was able to help assist bring meals to all 3 of our telecommunicator stations. I think people sometimes forget communicators and with NMSU, and so thank you to that telecommunicators at MRVDA as well for their hard work. We vaccination task force meeting this Wednesday, so I'm looking forward and seeing where we're going to be as far as our vaccination rates. As Councilor Sorg had said, that 50% for vaccinations, and we're continuing to improve our registration. And I want to thank our city staff, especially Scott Rogers, for all their work and innovation that they've been doing. People in quality. Apologies for my dog that is now. It's the end of the day, so everybody's done.
He's saying it's dinner time.
Everybody is telling me it's dinner time. You don't see the little kids on the other side of the screen staring at me. So our community schools are individual committee meetings this month, so that we can work more on planning projects. And I myself am connecting with Amanda to look at how managing system of having our every other month. So it's been really great. And expanding and bridging this in places like our community schools to make sure we have any individual programs, any of them, if they're participate in our community school, that we're connecting all the resources together for everyone to making sure that we're able to assist. And those are my committee updates, but I will take a note. Finance today. A half ago, I actually had the privilege of speaker, one of the main organizations that helps talk about people that are looking to run for office. I was an expert in campaigns and financing. Yeah, that I am about. And I like to see the transparency, and I am excited to see how we can expand participation. I think in the past, there's been a lot of limitations office. A lot of the reasons are because of finances. It is very hard to run as an individual if you do not have wealthy and other options. It is getting easier, especially with different types of communications like social media, like emails, go to door. There's a lot of different ways that you can expand, but it's much harder if you don't have that one item, and that's money. And so having greater accessibility and playing field, I think, will bring in a different pool of money. Deal. I'm in this position so that I can serve. And if I had 100 people to, I probably would do it in a different, putting it back into, I don't think it should cost that much this money that could be used in our communities to help so many people. And that's why I do think limitations are, in general, a good idea to give everybody that equal opportunity. And thank you all so much. I know it's almost 6 here.
Okay, thank you, Councilor. Okay, Ifo, you're the only thing between dinner and your comments. I'm just kidding. Take your time.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. I'll be quick, man. I really don't have a whole lot, but I'll just get right to it. Thank you. Just going off from our follow-up list, I appreciate Councilor Bencomo bringing up the rental and utility assistance. Just as a reminder, the moratorium has been extended for banning evictions through June 30th of this year. So renters are still protected under the moratorium. But so apparently the Mexico Emergency Rental Assistance Program has about $170 million in federal aid for rental and utility assistance. And so we'll send you flyers and resources, links to resources after the meeting so you can share with your constituents. We ask that everyone share this information so it can be widely distributed. It's important people to note that they can go to the frequently asked questions for the ERA, Emergency Rental Assistance Program, that includes guidelines. And then regarding the Arctic freeze, Arctic blast, we gave an update. I know it was asked that we get out more information. I know either a work session or more. We feel like we sent out a couple. You may have seen the newspaper articles. The Utilities and Communication Office has sent a couple of news releases and notification is going on in the utility bills. We'll be sending them out to the residents via utility bills so that community members can be aware of the situation and how they'll be impacted. So if you'd like more on that, like a work session, we'd be glad to do that. But we have sent out those notifications. Also, just a couple of items as well that follow up. Our public safety work session, I believe, is planned for the May 24th meeting. So we'll have our just police in that work session. May 17th is the police auditor sort of introduction to the council. And then Larry Horan, we're trying to get it hopefully within the month of May. We're just trying to see where we can fit him in. We have busy schedules with the month of May, but that's the plan, is to get him into one of those meetings in May. And then I appreciate Mayor Pro Tem bringing up the New Mexico League. I was just notified that we do have a vacancy that we need to fill with either one of you, council. I apologize. I was supposed to follow up on that. I was just notified again that so however you determine that, or Mayor, however you direct that with the council, they would like that vacancy filled. I think it'd be really important, as Mayor Pro Tem mentioned, to be involved. And then I know Councilor Betestubi mentioned Scott Rogers. I know there's a lot of things going on in April as well. This is also the Volunteer Appreciation Month, National Volunteer Appreciation Month is the month of April. And I'd like to give kudos again to Scott Rogers and all the work he does with our community volunteers, and especially our community volunteers with the task force and vaccinations and registrations. Have been, we couldn't do it without our volunteers. So just want to make sure we give the kudos to them, especially during this month. And then finally, speaking of volunteers, the Great American Cleanup Saturday, appreciate all those who came out. 200 volunteers this past weekend. I guess it was a little lower due to COVID, which was what we expected, but it had a great turnout with the dumpsters. There were 10 different dumpsters in different locations, and all dumpsters were beyond full. And so kudos to Parks and Rec staff and all the volunteers. James Wood with Keep Las Cruces Beautiful, Robert Nunez with Rec Services, and all the staff and community volunteers who showed up on Saturday. I believe that's all I have, Mayor and Council. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Ifo. And so regarding the appointment to the New Mexico Municipal League, if maybe all of you would either send an email to Ifo who wishes to be appointed, and a little bit about why you think you'd be a good appointment, and then I'll appoint one of you guys. Put a little bio about who you are and, you know, all the stuff that you can do.
You want a bio for one of the city councilors? Go to our website. You can get it up there.
Okay.
Listen to us at meetings.
So
Not Mr. Mayor.
the more that I have to research, probably the least likely you'll get appointed. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. So just send an email to Ifo, and then we'll see who's interested, and then you know, we'll go from there. And then I'll appoint someone.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
Did we have alternates too besides a delegate?
Yeah, in the past, Councilor Smith used to, you know, like to do the New Mexico Municipal League, and then we'd have an alternate, or sometimes we had two, but he used to like to do that, and then. So
I was his alternate, and he always went.
Oh, okay. So you're looking to move up, I guess.
I didn't say that.
You're looking to get promoted.
What I said was that I never had to go. Thank God. Oh, I forgot to say thank God.
There you go.
No.
You're not really excited about it. So.
No, not really. Thank you.
Okay, well, whoever, huh?
Do you know where the convention is going to be this year?
Yeah, Zoom, probably.
Yeah, probably Zoom.
It might be in August live. Okay.
So far Zoom, and it's on their website, all the dates, and to include the conference.
Okay, I'll look at that. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem.
Okay, well, if there's nothing further, entertain a motion to adjourn.
Move to adjourn.
Second by Flores.
Okay, motion made by Councilor Sorg, second by Councilor Flores, that we adjourn. Christine?
This is on the motion to adjourn the regular meeting. Councilor Beta-Stuvey?
Yes.
Councilor Vasquez is absent. Councilor Bencomo?
Yes.
Councilor Sorg?
Yes.
Councilor Flores?
Yes.
Councilor Gandara?
Yes, and a special happy birthday to our colleague, Joanna Bencomo. I meant to say that earlier.
Oh, happy birthday, Joanna.
Happy birthday.
Thank you.
Wow, today's your birthday? The 19th? That was earlier in the year. I mean, in the month. Oh, well, happy birthday.
So how old are you? No, you don't have to tell us.
I'm 33 years young.
Really? Oh, I thought you were like late 20s. Okay, good.
Mayor?
Yes. Okay, so we're adjourned at 6:01 p.m. So enjoy the rest of your evening. Thank you. Bye.
Thank you, Mary. Bye. Happy birthday.
Happy birthday.